Bah, en fait, les gars, regardez. Vous voyez, il n'y a pas d'électricité, les gars. Tout le monde cherche une solution parce qu'on ne sait pas ce qui se passe, en fait. Si, c'est tout le Portugal. J'ai posé la question dehors, on m'a dit que c'est tout le Portugal. À part si vous êtes au Portugal et que vous avez l'électricité, dites-le moi dans le live, les gars. Espagne aussi, Portugal, Espagne. Portugal, Espagne, il n'y a plus d'électricité. Ouais, bah vous êtes en France. Ce genre de problème, ça m'était plus arrivé depuis que j'avais quitté l'Afrique il y a 20 ans maintenant. Non, j'ai quitté l'Afrique en 2005, ouais, il y a 20 ans. Regardez la pharmacie. Elle est sombre, il n'y a plus d'électricité, regardez.
Yeah. Blackout on Chestnut Street. True story, y'all. Y'all can dance to this if y'all want to. Whatever y'all want to do with this. It goes like this. There was a blackout on Chestnut Street on a mid-January day. My hours are low and people are turning the screen. My baby decided to play. When tragedy strike, depression ensues. I write about things that keep me blue. Nuclear energy to us is stem cell research to you. Ain't it true? When a man has suicidal thoughts, half of his population is genocide. If it's in all his population, it's suicide. Ain't that right? So get off the grid and get rid of your nuclear pride. Take yourself on a nature ride. I mean it. Get off the grid and get rid of your nuclear pride. Take yourself on a nature ride. There was a blackout on Chestnut Street. There was a blackout on Chestnut Street. There was a blackout on the Chestnut Street on a mid-January day. There was a blackout. 1986. Chernobyl. Nuclear. Did we learn from it? 1989, Point Barrow, Alaska. Oil. Did we learn from it? No. 2003, Iraq. Oil. Did we learn from it? No. Hydroelectric, solar, and geothermal too. Ain't it the truth? It's too late for babbling and making excuses. You better put this to uses, you know. On Chestnut Street, say there was a blackout on Chestnut Street. On the street.
In these dark times of dirty nightmares, you must ask yourself, have I got soul? Have I got soap? Well now, you can get both with Psyche Soap. In this one place, there is a live show where we have fun, where we can let loose and speak the red pill and black pill truth. Where are we? Why, we're in the bucket with Psyche Soap. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do. In the bucket with Soul Soap and Psyche Soap. The same guy. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Hey, I'm sorry I was late. Welcome to the show. So do what he want. So do what he want. Say what? So do what he want. You better shut. Say what? So do what he want. So do what he want. Say what? You've not seen nothing like the mighty soap. Doop doop. Ooh, soap is in the show. Doo doo doo. My dick, you're gonna blow. Doo doo doo. Kick him in the nads. Hey, so you need to stop with this kick him in the nads stuff. See, we're all MGTOW here. We don't go for that trauma to the groin stuff. Why is it always funny when you kick a guy in the nads? That's not cool, Soap. Come on, that's detrimental to us men. We're men. Hey! All right, man. We're in the bucket. Where, of course, we have fun. We let loose. We speak red and even black pill truth. Some of this show may offend ardent supporters and friends. But as always, I'm indifferent to your suffering. I don't give a fuck. I'm so woo-hoo! Mayday, mayday, going down, down. I sound like that gremlin that was flying in that crash down airplane. Remember the Looney Tunes? Like the real Looney Tunes. Hell, I even seen the Looney Tunes where they showed the black dude eating the watermelon. There was this one where, Bugs Bunny and that gremlin looking thing, they were going down. All right. Well, and then a little later, we're going to have that one piece of just embarrassment and great disappointment and total grossness and filthy horror things that make you go, damn! My Psyche Soap. And when I was making this one, oh my God, yep, there are so many Darwins in the world. This is stupid pee-pee, and I hate it. No, I hate it. It's stupid, and it's doo-doo, and it's the pee-pee. I'll even show you a sample of it maybe later if I could remember that, or if I can maintain my sobriety during this show, because I gotta power through this shit. Oh gosh, Sterling Sharp, please, if you are still on this planet, please call your brother Shannon to visit you and slap the shit out of him. Every time I look at that Miley he got in trouble for, that's pound me tooing him, I'm thinking, Shay, you stupid. Well, on the other side of things, I kind of believe the theory that um, comedian Corey Holcomb is positing. It could be one big ass psyop. And when I mean psyop, I don't mean that InfoWars, Alex Jones, Paul Joseph Watson definition, but a PR asset. Holcomb brought up the fact on this shit that Sharp is struggling to outdo the success of his Cat Williams episode. You remember that stream? Yeah, I remember that one. Well, the past election told us this. Joe Rogan to the white population is to Shannon Sharp for the Blizzax. This is in terms of podcast reach, you know, because and then we also got idiots on the black conservative side. Yes, them. We got trad cucks. Trad cucks can have darker skin too. Looking at you, Mr. Tatum officer guy. You're cool sometimes, but even you, Mr. You. Because sometimes guys like these, man, they haven't slaughtered their sacred cows yet. I mean, and you could tell some of those that, that we're starting to meet, because we're getting a new wave of, how do I put this? A new wave of of MGTOW, of the the red pill people, those guys. Let me see if my tornado warning alarm annoys even some of the most nosiest fucking spooks. Let's get it, right? All right. Now, there's black conservatives. They still hold on tight to their street culture. There's some that I'm cool with. If you've ever heard of Hood Conservative, big up. I mean, I'm over there here and there, There's the Angry Man also. And these guys are, red pilled MGTOW aware, yet they still live conservative lives. And, just like kind of like how Big John, if you guys remember him, the fella that was like, I have the penis. I am a man. And he was right. But when CNN came and got his ass, and that one Asian dude, oh shit, it was over. Oh man. And then he just retreated into the prepper site and, disavow, #disavow. You know what I'm saying? We don't even fuck with all of that. You know what I'm saying? And shit like this. But there are blacks, okay? Trad cucks can be black too, right? They hold on tight to their street culture. I mean, it's to the point to where there's frivolous color lines. I don't see no black manosphere. This is the manosphere. Stop trying to put dividing lines in it. You're in America. I'm not asking you to be delusional. You're already delusional for thinking that you can have a traditional family in America in the modern day with the modern females and women that we do have, idiot. God, man. Yes. Black men. I get it. I'm dark behind this mask too. I get it. We're the canaries in the coal mine. A lot of this, subjugation that we're getting from the feminist, that white men are experiencing now, that Asian men are experiencing now, that Latinos are experiencing now. We have been going through that shit. I mean, for as about as long as you can remember. I mean, there's this Daughters of the Slave Trade thing, where this is where the term bed wench came from, and you know, way back, and this is toward the time of the Constitution signing, and there were black women, excuse me, black women that would turn on black men and all of this. And there are still some out here to this day. I get it. All right. That maybe check it out, guys. In history, the and this is for black men that happen upon this irrelevant ass channel and happen to listen to this part. The CRT that we learned from our parents and hip hop music and shit like that, bro, they have been teaching that in the schools for the past 30 years now. Ain't no color lines in my manosphere, bro. No. I mean, when it comes to the dangers of feminism and all of that shit, and on the other thing, is there's another thing I like to put out, and this is probably why my subscriber count likes to go, and we'll talk about that here in a minute. But men, black men, my age, 35 plus, stop treating your fucking space like it's the rap game. You are a YouTuber. Fucking act like it. God, man. And I finally figured out why my content is skin cancer and not sickle cell anemia. It's because there's red-pilled black men that are really closet libtards. Really fake. You know what I mean? I mean, speaking of my content, and if you look at my subscriber count at the time of you're listening to this, it probably went down from 200. Thank you, True Sherm, for trying to get that up. Well, let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something. That shit is going to go down anyway. That's going to go down anyway. Because I say shit like this, and every now and again, I'm not black enough. Not even for the black conservatives. I'm a coon. I'm an uncle, no, well, a Sambo, because they actually know who the turncoat was in Uncle Tom's Cabin. But you might as well just call them closet simping puddle muppets. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if I offend them, just like I did with those few lines just a while ago, because I like to notice patterns. That's my problem. My OCD just runs wild with me. Now, after this show, I'm probably going to get I'm probably going to have 195 subscribers, because we got some of those people out here. They listen to my shit and they go, Psycho Soup is on that incel. So, guys, if you happen to be on the right, if you just so happen to be black, and you just so happen to be on the right side of the Overton window, you're traditional, man, and you have you're in an interracial marriage, you're in an interracial relationship. That's cool and all, but to me, you're no different than that white guy doing the same shit in America. You know where you fucked up? You fail to realize that you are in pretty much the death throes of the Western civilization as we know it, because we're in America, right? And all of the 5 countries, this is what the spooks call the 5 eyes, whether it's New Zealand, Australia, UK, Canada, United States, right? This is ground zero. You think your traditionalist wife or girlfriend is really down with your shit? Bro, they're looking for an opportunity to snuff you the fuck out. So shut your pick-me ass up and start realizing some shit. You probably should have had that Latina girlfriend somewhere in South America, Central America. You know what I'm saying? You probably should have had that Eastern European girlfriend somewhere in Serbia. You were better off having that Asian over there in Thailand or Cambodia, Vietnam, or some shit. It's the same shit as the white guys, okay? You are an American male. Drop your black shit, you know? Because you come off no more than any of your libtard counterparts, bro. You're no damn different. No wonder they say the black community is fucking matriarchal. And you know what? We were matriarchal even back in the times of damn Ramses, Mali's Empire, Songhai Empire, shit like that. We were that way then. You know? One thing you probably need to give yourself a pat on the back for is that being that you are in America, you probably are among the smartest sub-Saharan Africans in the world, except for those that are in England, okay? Well, maybe you are smarter because those that are in the UK are just ask Idris Elba about that fucking you dude, he actually argued for a blunt tip on a knife to ban knives. They are regulating knives in the UK as like they do gun control in the what the oh my fuck. So there was a blackout over in Europe. There was a blackout, and I'm gonna get to that here in a minute. There was an election in Canada. I hear this guy is way worse than you know, what was that? 3-4 time mangina of the year, you know? All right. Being here in Sodak, don't you know? I'm starting to see, because of that, I'm starting to see a steady influx of Albertans, Saskatchewans making their goddamn way down here. Oh my god. Oh! Look, I don't mind you being here. Please don't turn us. Please don't turn us into what you left, bro. And I mean that shit with your woke ass. I'm tired of that shit, bro. Let me get to the comments. Oh my god. Oh, okay, my bad. AB say, how you doing, AB? It's good. You're going to be playing more of your stuff in the future. Yeah, I'm going to be playing my songs. I'm going to be playing my older music, you know, because, you know, every time I throw in a dope ass jam, I mean, it goes right in the intro. It's rocking out. And then I go to looking at my fucking content list and I see block. You know what I'm saying? Due to copyright for some reason or another. I'm so sick and tired of that. What up there, Chrome Dome? All right. All right. We got Tommy and Tammy. Hello. Timmy say, I'm stuck in California. Libtards and trad cucks come in every shape, color, size, whatever. That's right. That's right. That's what I'm trying to illustrate here. Just because that man has a darker skin doesn't mean he can't be a fucking trad cuck. Not all skin folk are kinfolk. And guess what? This Jasmine Crooked, you know who the fuck that bitch is. She had the nerve to say what I just got through saying. But you goddamn right, bitch. Just because we skin folk don't mean we kinfolk. You act like the annoying version of my little sister. All right? Play politics? Shut the fuck up. You can and will be primaried, regardless of the fact that you probably came from Oak Cliff, huh? JR in the place to be, what it is. And if you don't vote for Psyche Soap, you ain't black. Ooh, ooh, a damn horn. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. The thirst will always be strong with simps. Most certainly, most certainly. I'm gonna do something here and get into this next little article. Rusty Rivers, man. Hi, Captain. Hi, Captain. All right. Oh, dude. Hey, don't forget, I gotta send a shout out to my adversaries. I gotta send a shout out to them. You know, it wouldn't be a show without my adversaries. Come on, man. It wouldn't be shit without this. All right. But I'm gonna talk about an even bigger problem, man. Oh shit. Oh no 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 no. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna go right over into this news. Oh man, this was some shit that I picked up over the week. And yeah, it confirms what we already know. Let's jump on the track real quick. Let me just, let me give you my take on this and do it justice, I hope. Because I didn't really hear much of anyone cover this over the week but her. But let's go ahead and do it. And there might be some flips and switches and all of that shit going on, but you know what we're trying to do, right? Let's see here. We got that going on. Turn that all the way up. That's all the way up. Let's go.
Find out just what the heck they're talking about and promoting. Well, recently, Carlin spent 4 days undercover at the Institute for Research into Male Supremacism, quite the title, which was an event funded by the University of California, Berkeley. So you
stop right there. That college went full mask off, didn't they? Get this. UC Berkeley is the alma mater of Marshawn Lynch, aka Beast Mode. Aaron Rodgers also. You know, the guy that, slammed on the woke mob before he left the Packers, right? That's his alma mater as well. UC Berkeley. This is coming from the same school, the same 1965 free speech movement university. All right. Now keep that in mind. If you guys remember Mario Savio, so I'm gonna put that up here: MARIO SAVIO. That guy, a man, everyone, hello. He's the reason why that school is the way it is now. Because he's seen the issue of free speech. Because at the time, the establishment was, puritanically right wing. And, unmistakably so. That's true. It was. But it was puritanical. And they were trying to run the school like it was an elementary school, even though it was a college. This was back when university had some spec on their name, right? So I'm going to go ahead and play this. This is coming from that same exact university. And keep in mind, UC Berkeley, if it wasn't for UC Berkeley, half of you leftists would be dead right now. Let's keep it real. Let's go.
You could just imagine. Well, Carlin says what she saw isn't the left coming to their senses after a major loss to Donald Trump and the pushback against their woke ideologies. Instead, they're ramping up and getting even crazier. Independent journalist Carlin Borisenko, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here.
Hey, thank you so much for having me and for sharing this crazy experience with your audience. You guys are going to be blown away at what you see.
Okay, so explain, how did you first find out about this event?
Yeah, so I've been tracking the Institute for Research on Male Supremacism for about 2.5 years now. I actually encountered them at my first ever undercover conference where they were presenting at this Collective Power Conference, which is a reproductive justice conference at Hampshire College. And I sat in on one of their sessions and I was just hooked from there. I was like, this is one of the craziest organizations I've ever seen. And they held their big conference this past week and I knew I had to go because, and luckily for me, it was a virtual event. So it was actually relatively easy to get into, but I did have to sit through 4.
It was relatively easy to get into. Look at you. Now, you that are listening audio only and on podcast mode, my bad. What I'm looking at here is, kind of a drugstore redhead with kind of like that they got the shirt on, the cutoff shirt, where she has like the neck part of the shirt, exposing the shoulder where her tattoo is. So it was easy for her to get in, right? Right. So let's check this out. Look at what she does, right? This is an undercover reporter exposing radical post-human feminists. And what we're looking at is the beginning of the 5th wave. All right, check it out.
Days worth of their presentations, and it was so much more shocking than I ever thought it was going to be.
Normally you go undercover, you actually show up to the events, but this time it was virtual.
Yes, it was much easier to do it, but virtual is still difficult because it's actually much easier for them to track who you are if you sign up virtually and to potentially kick you out. But they didn't, and I was able to get the entire conference on video.
Do you know how many people showed up to this?
I'm honestly not really sure. There seemed to be a rotating band of people that were coming in and out the entire time. So I would say probably at least a couple hundred. So we're not talking about a massive conference, but what we are talking about is these are graduate students, PhDs, and professors at universities, not only all over the United States, but all over the world. There were a bunch of people from Australia. There were a bunch of people from the UK and Europe in general. And so this is really something where they are coordinating with people all over the world to share these crazy ideas. And a lot of the papers that I saw presented at this conference, they were completed for degree requirements. So like master's theses in the United States, PhD, doctoral theses in the United States. So this is stuff that's happening at major American universities.
Okay, so you provided us with a few clips. You have a lot more, and you are posting the clips on your Substack. Is that where you're placing them?
Yeah, you can find them on my Substack, Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com, and also on my Twitter. I'll be posting them there as well.
Okay, so we do have the links down below for both of those to follow you. But let's play. We do have 4 clips that show some of a sampling of the craziness. Let's go ahead and play this first one. This one is deep platforming. What is this one about? This is deep platforming as a strategy. So they're saying they want to deep platform people. They're pushing.
They're not even hiding it, bro. They're not even hiding it, bro. All right, let me quit.
For censorship.
Oh, exactly. And you're going to see this. This was actually a professor at Virginia Commonwealth University, and you're going to see how committed they are to deplatforming their political opponents.
You would think that they would have learned by now that this is not a good strategy, but here it is.
I think a solution that will...
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I forgot to let you know. I'm going to put this back a little bit more. Hey, I forgot to tell you this. Now, this ain't gonna count, but as we go along, if you see a septum piercing, go ahead, take a big ass bong rip. Just bong rip the fuck out of the and or take a shot. If I gotta power through this shit, you got to do it as well. So, if you see a septum piercing, we're going to do like we did in the, in the election when Orange Man won. We're going to do it like this. If you see a septum piercing in this is for y'all that are replaying this video mode. This is also for my guys in the chat. And this is also for, anyone that happens upon it when they're seeing this. If you see a septum piercing, rip a shot. Now, The first one that I showed you, it already got shown. You don't have to do it. You got to do it afterwards, though. If they show another person doing this, all right? Ooh, you gonna be ripped at the end of this shit right here. It's only 30 minutes.
Strategy, but here it is.
I think a solution that will really disrupt capitalism, honestly, is deplatforming people and making specific websites, forums, whatever, illegal, and actually having like consequences, material consequences. Although I'm an abolitionist, I know that we have to kind of exist in our world with the things.
All right. Tom, yo, it's cool. I know, but you know, it gets better. I didn't see it either. I gotta do it too. And like I said, this first one doesn't count. But after her, if you see someone else chime in, it's time to do it, baby. It's time to do it. And if not, you know, you got a joint, you got a blunt, you got a bong, every which way you can never go wrong. Go on and do it. Do it. After this, though, you know, let's go.
That we have currently, because in reality I would just want to burn everything the fuck down and rebuild something new, but that can't be done. So I think that deplatforming is probably the swiftest way for us to do that, and making sure people stay deplatformed, so not being like Elon Musk and letting Trump.
Okay, I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna let the spigot go again. But Timmy, I know fat libtard fat chicks hurts my brain too. Makes me go but bro, listen, you gotta power it down. I mean, no. You gotta power through this with me, all right? Power through this with me. Don't let this bother you. We're men. Like MHD say, we men, ain't we? Yeah. Let's get it, all right? All right. And then we gonna get on after some more comments when we get down to it, all right? Okay, let's get it. Let's go.
And Milo Yiannopoulos get back on Twitter now that he owns it, right? When he was deplatformed when Jack Dorsey was there, right? So really like standing on business. And
it won't be a buzzkill if you got to do this game. I promise you. Come on now. No more disclaimer after this. We got to let this go now. Come on.
And making sure people do not have access to these social media websites and forums that allow them to perpetuate and push this information in digital spaces, because that's where the youth is getting this information from. It's not coming from the man on the corner talking about it. It's coming from TikTok. It's coming from Reddit. It's coming from these different websites that are talking about it. And like I said earlier, there's a lot of nuance around the language that's being used.
And it's all because it's a reaction from you. It's a reactionary movement. And brothers, oh my fuck. What did I just get through seeing? This bitch has a they, them on the side knowing you's a bitch. Come on now. Stop that. Stop that shit. I mean, come on, man. Who raised you? Who hurt you? Let's go.
Use that some of us who are of a particular age, we may not even know that's the language that they're using to talk about these things, right? And
you know what's crazy? The one on the left's name is Carlin, and the one on the right is named Kalen or Carlin too. Where's the originality at with the names, people? Come on now. What the fuck? Let's go.
That's kind of my thoughts on that.
All right. We're going to keep this going. They got it on.
And I think that ties a little bit into the platforming issue that Dr. Coghill just mentioned as well. Like I spent my whole career doing the platforming, really. It's like the core strategy we do.
And you know who's been doing it. And this is crazy looking at the left side of this and watching the reporter react to it. I don't know. I mean, personally, I don't know how you even powered through this when you were watching it, and now you're on a news channel, a reporter's channel, and you're sharing this with her, and you're being surprised and shocked all over again. Like, what? Okay, but I can see that. I can see that.
But even I'm getting more and more skeptical of it because they have their own platforms, and it's very hard to control them, and they're getting more
control. Very hard to control them. This coming from a university in which it championed free speech 60 fucking years ago. And you're saying this now? You want to reel it back in because they coaching your feewees? What?
and more financing. So they can, if they get kicked off somewhere, get an alternative. There's so many alternative platforms with huge reach now. It's still something. It still does something, but it's becoming less and less of a useful tactic over time because we don't have this sort of pressure to get people off these platforms anymore. X is one of those cases, but it's true for TikTok and it's true for all of them now, really.
But you got to understand, you've tried that already. You've tried that in a span of 10 years, from 2015 to now. And also, guys, keep in mind, we're up on the anniversary, the 20th anniversary of YouTube. Happy birthday to... Man, fuck that shit, okay? I'll talk about that later if I remember it, but keep it going.
Really?
Okay. So they're still pushing this. This is insane. Don't they realize that this is one of the reasons why people no longer trust them and support them, is that they have these fascist ideas of censoring opponents rather than actually combating with good ideas and debating.
No, they really do have no idea. This was one of the most bizarre experiences of my life because it was like being in an echo chamber where they only listen to each other. This is part of why I can go into these events. They don't pay attention to people like you and I, Kim. They only talk to each other. They only listen to each other. They spin each other up around all these ideas. And so they really do think.
Gosh. Okay. This next clip is indoctrinating youth. What is this about?
So this is a very short clip, but you're going to hear this is actually a PhD graduate from the education program at the University of Massachusetts. They're now teaching abroad in Europe, but media literacy was a constant theme at this conference where they were kept bringing.
And I'm going to tell you why they are teaching in Europe. It's the same reason why Ellen DeGeneres and Rosie O'Donnell moved to Europe, right? Right. Let's keep it going. All right.
No, we need to teach kids media literacy. We need to teach kids media literacy. We need to go to the school and teach media literacy. What does media literacy mean? It means teaching kids to think like them. And so you're going to hear this person is going to overtly say, I've been indoctrinating kids for 10 years in these media literacy courses that I've been teaching.
All right, let's watch this.
I teach media literacy every year. I think indoctrinating the youth is a wonderful way to spend your time. I think this is what I've been doing for maybe.
You see? And look at a cat. Really? We know who your mama was. We know who your mama was. Her name was Catherine. You know. Her name was Catherine. Had a lot of cats. It smelled like musty pine and piss. She got the toxoplasmosis or whatever the fuck they call it. And, you know, got up on the penis and had you. When, like my homeboy said, all of this could have been fixed with $1 condom. You're right about that. Keep it going.
Maybe 10 years.
Oh my gosh. That's insane. That is I've been indoctrinating the youth. This is like rewarding so great to indoctrinate. How
Not
they're
even
literally
hiding it.
using these words, indoctrinating the youth.
Not even hiding it.
Yes, they literally use those words when they're talking to each other. They know exactly and precisely what they're
Not
doing, and
hiding
again,
it,
like,
bro.
and that person's also funny because also in that same clip, they did a whole diatribe about how romance movies on like the Hallmark Channel and Lifetime are aspects of white supremacy in order to teach people.
No. And if it is, I'm gonna tell you what flavor of white supremacy pizzas it is. It's this. It's the perpetuation and domination of this female supremacy. Hello. If it is white supremacy, it's this. It ain't the man. The man said, fuck this shit. I'm going my own way. That's who's taking over, bro. That is who is taking over. Let's get back into it.
People had to be in like nuclear families and romantic relationships. So it was like a really weird thing, but that person's crazy.
Yeah. So going back to the topic of what we do have a couple more clips, but going back to the topic of what this whole convention was about, this research into male supremacism. So what was their goal? And why would they talk about deplatforming and indoctrinating youth? Like in how are they wanting to censor, and what are they wanting to indoctrinate the youth with that has to do with male supremacism?
So it's kind of the same old thing that we've been hearing from the left for years, is that they believe that Donald Trump's election in the United States is an indication that fascism has taken over and is rampant, and it is their job as the educated PhDs of the world in order to go into the schools to teach the next generation to give up their male supremacism. Also, male supremacy is intimately linked to white supremacy for them, and so they don't believe you can solve one without solving the other. And
did you notice what I said though? Which is, in a way, the total fucking opposite of what they're saying. Oh, man. And this is in terms of, who white supremacy is directly connected with female supremacy, or the other way around, I guess. I don't know. But, yeah, that's what's going on here. Not knowing their privilege, not knowing their space. You know what, guys? For those that like to say and smear us with that, you're just the same as a feminist. Bro, we don't have no male scholarships. We don't have a menshealth.gov. We had to get a menshealth.com. That's the magazine, right? And even that's gynocentric. How about that? Let's go.
So this was basically their event where they were all coming together to strategize and to share ideas. They talked a lot about Andrew Tate at this event. They talked about J.K. Rowling. They talked about Elon Musk. They talked about Joe Rogan, even they said was almost as bad as Andrew Tate. I'm like,
and that is too much power for them. Well, I mean, by their definition, we're worse than they are. But that right now is what is getting to them because of the power dynamic. Yeah.
Like, I'm not quite sure that that's true, but okay.
Right.
But it really was just like a strategy organizing event where they're sharing information and ideas with each other about how to advance their political agenda.
Oh, it's so bizarre. One of the issues with the feminist movement, and I'm not against feminism or the feminist movement, there's always radical, right? Things get way too radical. And one of the consequences of it has been men not really knowing what their role is now that women are like, we could do everything. And so then men have been kind of left in this sort of like, okay, well, what's our job? What's our role? And guys like Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan and I guess the Tates, kind of have filled that void and answered the question of what is being a man. And rather than, it's interesting that their idea, this conference, that their idea is, no, these are toxic, this is terrible. But do they offer a solution as to what the role is for men now that women are thinking, well, we could just do it all? Or are they just like, no, we just have to break down men even more?
Yeah, they believe that the role for men is to give up their inner patriarchy and to basically, give up their toxic masculinity. There was actually a whole presentation at the conference about how Andrew Tate has impacted teachers, because they talked about this over and over again, where they're saying young boys are not buying into these ideas anymore, and they're going into school and they're talking about Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson and all these people, and this is having a severe impact apparently on the mental health of teachers that are teaching these young boys. And so they're hyper aware that men are kind of backlashing to this idea of, feminism. Also, a theme that I'm seeing come up on the left quite a bit now is they're pushing different types of feminism, where some types of feminism are good and some types of feminism are considered to be enemy feminisms, where they're basically not real feminism. And actually, the next clip we're going to play is a perfect example of this, because there was kind of like a non-binary person that obviously was born a man but presents a little bit more feminine, presenting at the conference. And in the presentation that this person gave, someone asked a question in the chat about, is it male supremacy for trans women to be in women's sports? And that did not go over well at all, because in their world, in order to be a feminist, you have to accept men being women as feminists too. So it's like they're the ones that believe that trans women are women, and if you don't accept them as women, then you're not a real feminist. And so the struggle session at the conference was about that.
Okay, tell us what a struggle session is before we play this clip.
Struggle session is basically where if you're around a group of leftists and you say something that is not in line with their ideology, you're going to get a little bit of punishment, or you're even, in this case, going to actually get kicked out of their event. And
that's another thing. The struggle session, man, nowadays a struggle session is a struggle snuggle in the bedroom, if you know what I mean. Oh, God. And yeah, my man, like, the struggle session started in communist China under Chairman Mao Zedong. And this was a great tool, an effective tool during the Cultural Revolution of the mid to late 60s. So, this is when the young would come out and they would just castigate the hell out of the traditional communists. Traditional communists. Weird, isn't it? Sounds like an oxymoron, doesn't it? Well, let's keep it going.
So the crime that was committed in this case was that an attendee at a male supremacism conference asked, is it male supremacy for trans women to be in women's sports? And that is not allowed. And you're going to see exactly how that was handled at this event.
Okay, here it is.
Thank you so much, Pat. I did just want to make a quick comment at present, because we've had some, I would say, an inflammatory comment in the chat.
There we go. So,
present, because we've had some, I would say, an inflammatory comment in the chat.
Okay. So the comment was by a person named Muriel, right? And it says, does the appearance of trans women who have gone through normal XY puberty and women's sports competition qualify as male supremacy? And I already see a thumbs down to the comment in their own session there. So this is how the struggle session started. This gets good. Check it out. That kind of sounds like my ruminations, and we'll talk about that later. There's a lot of other comments.
We have removed that user just because it's not how shit works.
They removed them. They deplatformed them, if you know what I mean. And y'all know what I mean. Check it out.
Here, apologies for...
Oh, her name's Alyssa, by the way. That's with the Mileys, Kylies, Carlies, the young part of that fucking, my famous chart where I show you the faces of Karen, you know what I mean? Okay, keep going on. But that was a big old extra few other comments right after that. They went right after that person, and then they took them out. And this is how this shit went. Check it.
For me swearing, but for those who are unfamiliar with how the IRMS defines male supremacism, I want to be very clear when I state this, that our organizational definition is specifically focused on the power that cisgender heterosexual men have in society. And this is something that negatively impacts both cis and trans women, trans men, and gender non-conforming folks across the globe. If you are not open to that, please do not stick around.
I'm really not understanding why you are college educated and you gotta say everything like it's a question. You might as well get a better way to perhaps maybe inflect on your points in a different other way, because it sounds like you're saying this shit like a question. Keep going.
I'm not mincing words here. It's not the space.
I bet you ain't.
Apologies for coming off slightly aggressive, but there has been some discussion in the chat. And I want to make that clear that this is an inclusive and safe space for our panelists, for our attendees, and for the people who are part of the IRMS today. Apologies, Kat, that happened during your presentation, but if it was going to happen at any point, it was probably that one.
Oh, wow. Okay. Don't they realize that it is absolutely male supremacism that a man can wake up one day and say, I'm now a woman, and then go and be accepted in all these women's spaces? Like, that's a privilege that somebody like Rachel Dolezal didn't get when she woke up one day and said, I'm black, right? Like, she wasn't allowed to do that, but men are allowed to do this.
No.
Well, actually, one of the big themes at the conference was biological essentialism, which and they are completely against biological essentialism, which means that you acknowledge that there are two genders, there are men and women, and there are no infinite number of they, them genders, and you make people adhere to the gender binary, which is, again, being men and women. And they are vehemently against that. They say that biological essentialism is not real, gender is not about your biology. And so for them, and there'll be plenty of clips coming out saying this, for them, like the idea that men can't be women actually goes against their entire ideology.
What?
Okay, I'm so confused by these by this, like the
Oh God.
She is a woman that says women are women, and I don't accept men as women just because they claim that they're women. Suddenly, I'm not accepting that. And that's why they're against J.K. Rowling.
That's exactly right. They are against anyone who says there's two genders, men and women, and that you cannot be anything other than those two genders. So J.K. Rowling was one of their favorites to beat up on at the conference. I have many clips of them talking about her. But also, I mean, listen, Donald Trump's executive order is saying clearly that we're not going to teach anything other than men and women in schools is one of the things that's really pissing these people off. And I know that this seems illogical, and it is illogical from our perspective, but when you understand the world from the left's point of view, they literally believe that capitalism created gender as a social construct to oppress half the population. And so one of the big goals that they do have, and this is serious, it sounds crazy, but it's serious, is they do want to abolish gender as we know it. They talk about it all the time, abolishing the gender binary, basically making everyone a non-binary they, them. That is their dream world, and that's the ideology we saw expressed at this conference.
They're going in the wrong direction with this. I mean, I agree from I can see where capitalism, I suppose, creates the roles, like they're, but not, it's not like it's capitalism that's done this. It's actually a function of so for example, World War II. So after World War II is a great.
So what they're trying to do is surgically remove the Oh, no. How about this? Because this will already be us. What they're probably trying to do is somehow surgically remove the male supremacist factor out of capitalism, knowing good and damn well capitalism provided the fucking baseline for you being here. And speaking of baseline, engender that, that goes human, and then your actual gender. There's two. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to see that. Yo, look, come on now. Gender is two genders. Meh. Okay. Damn. Come on, let's get it.
Great example, because World War II had a different impact on different countries. Germany had a very different impact after World War II than the United States, right? Germany lost a lot of their men. So at the end of the war, they didn't have a lot of men in Germany. So what happened was women had to rise up and take jobs that men otherwise would have filled previously when there was maybe different gender roles. So it created in Germany now a more egalitarian society where you've had, Angela Merkel, the prime minister of Germany, a woman, right? You have women as in Germany, there is a.
And in a strange and funny way, that's why they got blackouts now. You shouldn't have depended on Russia too much. Let's go.
There's a lot more percentage of women CEOs, women rising to the top of careers. And that was a function of the war and who was left over after the war. The United States had a very different reaction. During World War II, the women stepped up. The women were doing all these male jobs. You got Rosie the Riveter, women playing baseball. But when the men came back, the men were like, hey, we want our jobs back, because there was enough men coming back. Then there was that push back into the gender roles for women of get back into the kitchen. We saw the rise of Playboy. It was like, your job is to look hot, be skinny, stay in the kitchen, and raise the kids. And of course, all these women started popping all these pills and, the mommy's little helpers.
And hush, Kim, you're about that life too. You better go on, girl. I'm going to be to get you.
And it created a different society in the United States. Both countries have capitalism. So it wasn't a function of capitalism. It was a function of necessity, how many jobs there are, the economy itself, how healthy an economy is.
Yep.
You see this in Afghanistan after Taliban took over, for example, when prior to the Taliban being in power, there were women in schools, there was, women doing jobs. When the Taliban took over, the Taliban said, we want to keep it the way it is. The problem is that the United States, rather than accepting the Taliban as the actual government of Afghanistan, decided to squash them and basically sanction them and not allow them to have an economy. So they started losing money. Jobs started going by the wayside. And when that happens, the men say, hey, we want the jobs. We're the ones that need to support the family. So women, you need to go somewhere else, do something else. And it pushes the women out of the economic portion of society.
I mean that shit.
And it's economics. It's not a function. If you've got more jobs, suddenly you don't have enough men, then suddenly you need the women to start filling those jobs, and women will have those same opportunities. So it's a function of economy and the health and robustness of an economy, how many jobs there are. That's why I think we're seeing in this society right now a push for women to go back into that trad wife trend, because the economy's not that great. So men are like, hey, where are the jobs? We need jobs. Like, this isn't, we're not able to support families. We're not able to have that middle-class life that we claim that we, that they claimed we could have. So, to me, it's odd. And throughout history, we've seen this sort of dynamic where, at some point women are more involved. At some point women are not,
Get this. You have the agency as to how involved you can be. It's not, and in a way, it was kind of like how Germany did it. But then that's when my child birth rates went up, That's when it went up. And what they're trying to do, when they say that shit, all they want to do is create another boomer. All they want to do is create another boomer generation. That's all. Oh, we had it, and it's about to go. Ooh, you boomers. No, but, there are some cool boomers, pretty cool boomers. I'll talk about a few, maybe.
But to blame it specifically on capitalism, to me just seems really bizarre as, well, no, this is just a function of that. And not being able to see beyond that, to me is, this is like in any society. It doesn't matter what the economy, how it runs, or what the economic makeup is. Does that make sense?
Well, it does make sense, Kim, but what you got to understand is they have a completely different definition of capitalism than you do. And listen, I'm not going to be an apologist for capitalism. I don't think capitalism is a perfect system. And I agree with pretty much everything you just said. It's a very nuanced discussion of what's going on. However, their definition of capitalism is fundamentally divorced.
Why does her eyes look so funny. Cause she should seen some shit. She done saw some shit. You know what I'm saying? She saw some shit.
Worse from your definition and my definition and most people's definition. And so what they believe is capitalism is explicitly defined as private property ownership that allows people to accumulate personal individual wealth. And not only is it an economic model, as you just laid out, but to them, capitalism is also a cultural model that includes things like the gender binary and the nuclear family. And so when they're talking about gender, what they're talking about is abolishing gender as a way to get at the nuclear family unit, because they believe the nuclear family unit is the social reproduction mechanism of capitalism. So that capitalism, when people have kids, I swear to God, I have them on video saying this, that when people have kids and they raise them in the nuclear family, they're raising them with capitalist values and thus reproducing capitalism. So these are Marxists, these are socialists, these are revolutionaries. And what they believe is that they cannot overthrow capitalism and install Marxism in the United States until they abolish gender and the nuclear family. And that's why they're attacking it. And if people want more information about that, I host a podcast called the Counter-Revolutionary Book Club, where we literally read their documents explaining this. So you don't have to take my word for it. I will show you their documents where they lay all this out.
It just seems so bizarre that they can't divorce the economic model from social constructs. Like they think that why would a nuclear family, which is by the way just natural, I mean this is natural, it's like they're trying to discount or discredit natural human desire, natural human behavior, right? And they want to like why does Marxism and communism require an abolishment of the nuclear family? I guess I just don't understand that.
Yeah, so first off, it is actually in the Communist Manifesto where they talk about abolishing the family as a key aspect of implementing communism. So it does actually go back to their founding. But what I will say is there are socialist groups in the country that don't buy into this stuff. You look at something like the Revolutionary Communists of America, they actually reject all this stuff and they just are looking at capitalism as an economic model. So not all of them do this, but this is a fundamental element of queer Marxism, which is something that I study very in depth. I'm working on 2 different books about it right now. Queer Marxism is the most dystopian ideology on the left. And what they believe is that marriage is a form of propertied relations, because remember, capitalism is defined as private property ownership.
But you win out of that. You win out of that. Oh, it's nuclear family. Okay. Yeah. The family's nuclear. It's radioactive. It's toxic, Psycho Soup. Okay.
And so if you get married to someone and you're in a monogamous relationship, you're engaging in capitalism through that marriage because you are literally the property of another person. They also believe that parental rights are a form of private property. This is why we always see the left going after parental rights, because they believe that if you have control over what your children can consume or what they can learn in school or things like that, then you are also engaging in a form of propertied relationships where you're treating your kids like slaves, and it is their job to liberate the children from the adult supremacy of their parents. That's their language. That's not mine.
Boom! Boom! They're not even hiding it, bro. The quiet part is about as loud as this. Isn't it? Isn't it? Ooh, we know what you're saying. We know now. Yeah.
I just don't understand why they think all of that's necessary to implement communism. Like, I just can't, I guess, I'm sure they can link it better than I can, and maybe they could explain it so then I'd go, oh, okay, I understand why now you think that. But I just...
Dude, I know. Yeah, man. Very annoying, but, I mean... if you take it into context, they're kind of like where we're coming from, but there's going to be some shits that come up in the next ones, the next clips they show. I mean, if you hadn't seen the first 2 already, bro, man, rewind this back. But, bro, they're not even hiding it, man. And you know what? Lately, up until here, their computer caught them. Their phones have caught them. Their tablets have caught them. And, they were like, if I'm doing this, it'll make a difference. Yes, it'll make a difference. And all it's doing is creating brothers like you and me. We shut this bullshit off and we go our own damn way. Hell yeah. Let's go.
Just can't wrap my mind around what any of that has to do with an economic model.
Yeah, so it has to go back to the job of the communists is to awaken people to class consciousness, which is to awaken them to the idea that there are different classes and that they are part of the oppressed class and that they will never be part of the bourgeois class or the ownership class. One of the things that they believe indoctrinates people to believe they're part of, or indoctrinates people into capitalism rather, is the idea of the family, is having kids within a nuclear family, raising them with these traditional values. They believe that that instills capitalism in them from the time they're born. And thus, when they grow up and they go into the workforce and they become the new oppressed workers under capitalism, they will continue to perpetuate it through that. So disrupting the nuclear family is really one of their key goals in terms of overthrowing what we currently have in the United States.
Yeah, it's just
don't turn around. Uh-oh. The camera starts to count. Uh-oh.
So bizarre and completely delusional to go against human nature and like what we're supposed to treat all the kids the same. So even if you have children, you're supposed to feel the same way about your own children as you do other children from other families because it's, I mean, that's crazy. That's not natural.
Yeah.
That's not
They
natural
believe
at
that children should, they believe that children should belong to the community. And I actually have them on tape from another event talking about how children should have multiple sets of parents within the community. So essentially, they want everyone to see themselves as a caregiver for everyone else, and that, you know, it takes a village to raise a child. But speaking of,
have you ever heard that? Have you heard that lately? It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. Translation, because I know girls speak. Check it out. What that means is I want my government to raise my kid. I don't want to raise my kid. I shouldn't have to do that. I should be able to be myself. And the kids should be able to be themselves too, you know? What the fuck? So, right there, man, this shit, that it takes a village to raise a child. Every time I hear that, that means some lazy ass broad, no matter what race she is pawning off her responsibility to someone else, making that said responsibility kryptonite, even though they stay with that kid 365 days of a year, 7 days a fucking week, and 24 hours a day, right? Now, this other bullshit too is that even though that's going on, even though that's happening, you know, that perception of her being the nurturing caregiver, you know, because it was always attributed to mama, wasn't it? Mama, rah, rah, and all this bullshit, right? Now, come on, man. That's that shit. Like, okay, you know, this is why you see a lot of warning labels on everything. This is why you're starting to see the words women owned on some of those products. And by the way, I did a video on that a while back, years ago. But stay away from that shit, okay? Now, all it is her, you know, telling you that responsibility is my kryptonite. Oh, and accountability? Oh, man, we better not ever touch it. Especially by the way that they don't apologize. And if they ever do, in the rare moment that they apologize for any damn thing, taking ownership and accountability for whatever the fuck it is they've done or transgressed against you, excuse me, what that means, man, is that at that point, accountability is kryptonite. The only time she apologizes is when you do it first. All right? Okay, let's go. Keep going. Because, like, oh, man, the many faces of Karen, the mask is off, baby. Mask is off. The war is everything outside your door. It's a rude awakening, so there's more in store, right? Let's go.
From Unhinged from Reality, you're going to love the next clip. The next clip is one of the most unhinged things I've ever heard at any infiltration ever.
Okay, let's watch.
So I'm going to make the case here that the hierarchical practices separating humans from other humans is sustained by an interlocking system of domination, that is, human supremacy, which separates humans from non-humans and serves the interests of white male supremacism, to which it is inextricably bound. In other words, I consider the possibility that male and white supremacism is so deeply interlinked with and sustained by practices of human supremacy that tackling one, whilst its supremacist others stand, may limit.
And that means these are the word salad psycho babblings of an educated cat lady. And that's why J.D. Vance said what he said. He knows this is how they think. Now, don't get me twisted for some of your average Make America Great Again cats, because, I got my problems with that. But he was right about this. Dave Chappelle, too, was right about this. We became a country of nothing but bitch-ass niggas. He said something to that effect. I don't know, but it kind of came out, he said it like that. I may be paraphrasing here, but yeah, man. They are trying to separate, okay. At first, the problem was white male supremacy. Then it becomes white supremacy. Then it becomes male supremacy that they fight against. Then it becomes human supremacy that they fight against. And once that is all knocked out, all abolished, all said and done, then, and only then, they can live free. Now, let's keep this real. And you've seen this over the years, especially now, because we now live in a time after one of the most turbulent times in our world's history. A lot of people got, haircuts because of it, if you know what I mean, right? Okay. This shit here, the next shit there, I'll rewind it just a little bit, but the way they explain it will probably blow your fucking mind. Yeah, blow your mind. Listen to this shit. Check it out.
Clip is one of the most unhinged things I've ever heard at any infiltration ever.
Okay, let's watch.
So I'm going to make the case here that the hierarchical practices separating humans from other humans is sustained by an interlocking system of domination, that is, human supremacy, which separates humans from non-humans and serves the interests of white male supremacism, to which it is inextricably bound. In other words, I consider the possibility that male and white supremacism is so deeply interlinked with and sustained by practices of human supremacy that tackling one, whilst its supremacist others stand, may limit the opportunity to fully dismantle any. Addressing this, and in its transdisciplinary theorizing and particular engagement with ecofeminist and indigenous perspectives, posthuman feminism reveals the workings of human supremacy as underwriting white male supremacism. In this combined man-anthropos framework, both human and non-human beings are constrained by the exclusionary ideas of man as the universal subject that speaks for all humans, and humans as the exceptional species that speaks for all beings. I suggest that much work has advanced our understanding of the damage and exclusion wrought by male and white supremacist systems and thinking, but we are less attuned to the co-occurrence of human supremacism, the function of anthropos, in this man-anthropos framework, and how its own exclusionary and hierarchical ideas contribute to these systems and norms, as well as the worldviews of far-right actors.
Now, because of this shit, I wouldn't be surprised if the anthropology course was changed somehow. And then if in some strange way, some strange reason, about 300 years from now, and once they've won, they fought their little battles, they won in their mind, I guess, that there's no more Father God, Father Time, Son Jesus, Spirit, and the Holy Ghost, whatnot. But and that has its issues too. But let's get into this. It's going to create a new problem. You know, Mother Gaia, daughter Lilith, and their spirit of femininity and shit. Even though we're supposed to be divorced of genders, right? I don't get this, man. Keep going.
In other words, in this man-anthropos grip on the Western world, we are alive to the exclusionary effects of man, but what of anthropos?
Oh, man.
Whilst human supremacism or human exceptionalism is not only a post-human feminist concept, post-human feminism places it in a convergence with male supremacism and sort of defines it as the systems and beliefs that support a view of humans as superior to non-human beings, and that nature, constituted by a biophysical world of vital, self-organizing material beings, is entirely separate from culture.
Okay. So
this is not, dude, post-humanist feminism. Now, does that somehow make it like, how do you, what the, dude, you are, okay, you're post-human. This is after human. Feminism is the feminine, but it brings it back to human somehow? Bro, oh wow, dude.
Self-organizing material beings is entirely separate from culture.
I actually believe
okay. So explain what this person, do you know who that person was, and what was it that they were saying?
Yeah, that person is a PhD level researcher at Deakin University in Australia. There was actually a huge Australia contingent at this conference for some reason. And so let me break down the language, because I know that might be confusing to people. The argument that they're making is that if human beings see themselves as superior to all non-human beings like nature and animals and things like that on the planet, then we are reinforcing aspects of white supremacy and male supremacism. Because if human beings believe that they are the most advanced species on the planet, that means we believe in a hierarchy, which means that we are also supporting other types of hierarchies in which white people are above other people or men are above other people. And this is called post-human feminism. I had never heard of this before. And so that's the new thing, I guess, is that we can't believe that.
So if the color of the man in that is white, then the color of the female is, hey, you better somehow make her black. You know what I'm saying? You got to give it a little Netflix Disney treatment, you know. What the flying fuck did I just look at, man?
Humans are superior, or we're fascists.
Wow, they really went far on this one, right? They start off with like, okay, male supremacy, and then they go off onto, well, human, if we just break it down from the beginning, if we say humans are not superior, then we can go from there and unravel everything else. That's what they're trying to say.
We got a lot of cats.
That's exactly right. And this is going to be connected with the people that you see doing climate change activism or ecofeminism. We see it coming out of that. And so that the person that we were watching is probably like a radical climate change activist that is making the argument that if we don't see ourselves on an even playing field with all other species on the planet and return to our hunter-gatherer roots, where we're returning all the land to the indigenous people and, not doing any of the things that humans do, then we are literally fascist, male, and white supremacists.
Oh.
This is, I can't believe, I can believe that this was funded by the University of California, Berkeley. But at the same time, I can't believe that this is still happening, that they're still pushing further and further extreme thinking. And the left should be going in the other direction. They should be going into the direction of populism. Leftist populism would be, like the Bernie Sanders.
But then again, our phase of leftist populism already happened in the 60s. It already happened to great effect, really. And dare I argue, it gave us what we have had for the past 60 years. Yes. And for the most part, we were able to kind of coexist, but somehow down the line, it was never enough for her. Sounds familiar? Shut! You know I'm right. You shut! I didn't hear you for the most part of this show, Peanut Gallery, but now you're back. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, shit.
Style populism, and instead they're going into this really bizarre place thinking that this is going to win friends and influence people. I'm not sure what is this really, do you think people are really buying into this?
Oh, I absolutely think that people are buying into this. I mean, listen, I spend basically 6 days a week watching the radical left. This is what they believe. This is who they are. And I think for me, there were a couple shocking things. Well, there are many shocking things about this, but a couple things that I want to make sure people understand. First off, I mentioned this earlier, but what was presented at this conference, a lot of these papers are accepted as PhD dissertations. This is accepted as your dissertation requirement for getting your doctorate at major universities all over the United States, all over the world. This is what they're studying in school. And that actually brings me to my next point, which is there are dozens, perhaps hundreds of leftist researchers throughout the country who their entire job is to study the right. Now, their ideas are crazy and their methods are crazy and their conclusions are often wrong. But I do think it's actually very, very telling that there are so many people whose literal job, their academic career, is spent studying and picking apart the right and then reporting back to each other and going to these events and sharing their ideas. A lot of people at this event talked about going undercover at right-wing events in order to study them. And I say, as someone who I consider myself to be a person that has spent several years now studying the left and trying to understand them as they understand themselves, there's no one doing this on our side. I don't know of anyone else doing this stuff like I am. If anyone knows, and I'll say out to your audience, if anyone knows of anyone else doing this, please get in touch with me because I would really love to talk to you.
Now, come on now. I don't know if you want to talk to the soap, because if you talk to the soap, you're probably going to get the total opposite. Yeah. Because I'm a man, and I'd go my own way. And I took the red pill like years ago, and then somehow I went through the portal, and then I discovered this portal called the manosphere, and then on the other side I went monk, and then I made a decision to be a man. Yeah, I'll be a man. Yes, woo!
But like, they have an army of people doing this to us, and we are not returning it at all. And that should, quite frankly, terrify everyone.
Oh no, Psyche Soap is returning all sorts of pop on that shit. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not doing no Luigi Fireflower shit. Luigi in the Mario, and he goes through the level. He bunks the fucking question mark box, and then the Fireflower, and then he just and now his ass is in court. I can't be doing that. That's fucked up. I got a show to run. I can't be doing all that shit. Come on, man. Yeah.
Everyone.
Well, it would be okay, I think, if they were studying to try to understand and coming to, I mean, one of the things, Carlin, I think, do you think that you're just going into the most fringe of the fringe? Because I can see there's a lot of right-wing fringe too. I see a rise in, for example, of genuine white supremacy or white, I don't know.
But you know why they came about? You know why they came to be? It's because it's a reaction to the shit of this. They never been like that, man. You know what I'm saying? Okay. This is actually where y'all got it from. This is coming from the university that funded that shit that we just saw just a while ago. The bullshit we seen a while ago. You know what I'm saying? This came from this guy, Mario Savio. And this was this is circa 1965, 60 years ago to around this day, coming from the same college in which that bullshit came from, right? So check this out. And this is what started all of this. Because at that time, we had a turbulent country. We had a lot of guys getting assassinated, even at that point in time. You know what I'm saying? This is 1965, y'all. It wasn't no joke out there, y'all. So here's what it was. Here's what it is.
So here we are. 4 students are getting the axe. 6 organizations are getting the axe for standing up this semester and for fighting for these things.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting the axe not for what they did, but for what we have done. They spoke for us. They were part of us. They have been singled out, and they're going to be chopped off.
We were told the following. If President Kerr actually tried to get something more liberal out of the regents in his telephone conversations, why didn't he make some public statement to that effect? And the answer we received from a well-meaning liberal was the following. He said, would you ever imagine the manager of a firm making a statement publicly in opposition to his board of directors? That's the answer. Well, I ask you to consider, if this is a firm, and if the Board of Regents are the Board of Directors, and if President Kerr, in fact, is the manager, then I tell you something, the faculty are a bunch of employees, and we're the raw materials. But we're a bunch of raw materials that don't mean to have any process upon us, don't mean to be made into any product, don't mean to end up being bought by some clients of the university, be they the government, be they industry, be they organized labor, be they anyone. We're human beings.
Yeah! Woo!
There's a time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part. And you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. And you've got to indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will be prevented from working at all.
And unless you are free, men, if it has to take your actual body to be thrown into the gears of feminism and in all of that gynocentrism that you see outside your door, you will have to do it. See, what I just said contains a sample of that guy. Oh, that's another guy in the alumni of that school. When it started from him, that was 60 years ago. Well, or, 59 and a half years if you want to be exact. But yeah, from that speech came what we see today. He was the guy that, what he was saying is on basic and on its face about freeing yourselves from the establishment. And get this, you are the counterculture, man. No, not some long-haired hippie, not some college student. You are a man in the service economy of America. You are in the last days of it. There are a couple of countries over there in the East that are waiting to take that top spot. And it's slipping. Now, what you're seeing is not making America great again. What you're seeing is a stay of execution. That's what you're seeing. That's who's coming up. That's going to take our place. The Belt and Road Initiative. Back, when they used to take this world over, and this was even before the times of Genghis Khan. This was before the times of the Han Dynasty. Or was it the Han Dynasty at that time? I don't know. But when the Silk Road was running, they're going to do a Belt and Road Initiative, right? And through it, bro, they are waiting for this country to slip up at this point. And as I've often asked you guys, where in the fuck did the art of war come from? Where did it come from? It came from China. Sun Tzu knew his shit. If he didn't know it, why am I quoting it? Some thousands of years later. Hundreds of years later or whatever. You know? They're waiting for a motherfucker to slip up. I mean, I get it. I love this country just like you. You know? I love its freedoms. It's perception of freedoms. It's perception of choice. You know? You actually do get agency. The problem is that if you turn that freedom outwardly to one or another, that's where your freedoms end out here. And when you question their definition of freedom, that's going to be your ass, man. Game, set, match. They ain't fucking around out here, man. I mean, I studied your history, dumbass. That guy I just showed you, Mario Savio, UC Berkeley. Look it up. Add that to your search engine after this bucket. The free speech movement. They were fighting then the same battle we're fighting now. They're talking as though we haven't been deplatformed. You know, after the apocalypses came down, apocalypse, or how you want to say it plurally, after that shit came down, bro, now I was being just a provocateur of some sorts, doing my little videos, showing you the things that make you go, damn! When I put that on YouTube, oh no, it was over. Some of y'all even say, that it goes too far, too extreme. And you're right. It does. It does. And when I had lost my first channel out here, it wasn't because, I did the things like some of you good brothers listening to me are doing, doing what I'm doing right now. And that is getting more than just the truth out there, but getting the principle out there, that in the current day, we shouldn't be afraid for our own lives, afraid for our own freedoms, or any shit like that. And here are these idiots in these universities and shit like that. You're the product of someone's perceived success. We're not. We had to work our asses off, okay? For every hour you spend working, we got to do 5 of those. Fuck you. Fuck you. We had to do 5 of those damn hours. We had to work quadruple the times of you. That's why every time you look at the stats, you keep pay gapping us, you keep bitch slapping us, toe tapping us, and this shit ain't gonna stop. I ain't gonna pop. I'm just gonna crow hop one of you bitches. Now, don't do it, brother. Don't do what I said. That's not your life. You are going your own way. You see your right hand right there? Pat yourself on the back. Mister, you're a better man than I. You're a better man than I am. I mean, now, y'all know who True Sherm is. That's my brother from another mother. And, We interact, we kick it from time to time. It's kind of sad that, I don't get to interact with you brothers like I used to do. And I come out here with this weekly um truth pill podcast or whatever the fuck you want to call this. This weekly magazine called the In the Bucket. Right? But he said something. And it kind of was like, I don't know, man. I think it's a little different than that. And this is what I've been trying to tell y'all ever since I started putting out recorded, guided meditation videos, right? Because this is to calm you down from that ledge. Because when you hear the truth, you ain't going to be a happy camper for too long. And if you take it the wrong way, you might pull an Elliot Rodger. And that's the last thing I want you to do. That's the last thing you should do. It shouldn't even be on the list of things to do. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah. You're in a time where now the good times created those weak men. But we're in the beginning of those weak men. Those same weak men, if they're coming from the east, the west, whatever the fuck, they're going to create them hard times. You know? Some of you might even be replaced on this planet if a war was to pop off. And I mean a proxy war, because the final war was already revealed to us back in 1944. Mutually assured destruction is imminent. You don't have to, look, you can gather up all the AR-15s and 1911s, plate carriers, beams, ammo, all that shit. But when that snot rocker comes from that doggone sky, that hypersonic with the damn what they call that shit, that nuclear warhead drops down on your ass, dude. It is about as sure as the next second. It's gone. No time to think. No time to say, I'm going to miss you. No time to say, I've always loved you. No time to say any of that shit, right? But you're gone. Vaporized. Japan got a taste of that. And after that, whoa, did they wise up. But after that, they got to where we are real quick. And then I see this shit going on, here, there, and everywhere. And I'm like, here we go again. They were so hard up. Did you look at the opposition? And they are going so hard to make it the 60s all over again. Not learning the very important lesson out of those times. And that's this. For as long as we got this planet, and as long as you can afford to fucking live here, we've all got to coexist together. Yes, it sounds woo. It sounds left wing. It sounds hippy dippy. Sounds liberal as fuck. Oh well. Forgive me for living in America and learning this shit. But this is what we got. This is the box I got here. I got to carve out a niche out of this. You do too. Don't take any of this shit as pablum. Don't take any of this shit as small shit or small potatoes or that you knew it already. Sometimes you do got to be reminded of the obvious. All right, let me get on over here to this. But, these idiots would even be happy. Yo, if you would be half the leftist you are, these idiots that we saw earlier that were in that fucking meeting call, that Zoom meeting or whatever the fuck that is, Skype, whatever you want to call it for the time being. Yeah, I'm sounding like a boomer. I don't give a fuck. Now, if these idiots would even be half the leftist, or no, would be half appreciative of what made you the leftist okay. If they would, okay, how do I put this? If those idiots would even be half the leftists that they should be, they would probably understand this. There would be a little appreciation for what they are doing. Instead of doing a rebel without a cause thing or a revolution for revolution's sake. When I showed that black and white film, those idiots wouldn't even be half the leftist he was if it wasn't for him. So, is that patriarchy too? Is that patriarchy too? Savio is turning in his grave, right? Because that guy that I showed you after all of that, I played all of that to just say this. He started the free speech movement for that college. And now fucks like them want to call themselves deplatforming people? That same guy I showed y'all died in 96. 30 years ago almost. And I bet you he's turning in his grave right now. Cautionary tale. If you lean right of center, do not act like them. If you happen to get your country back, if you happen to get your little country back, you know what I'm saying? Right wingers, if you happen to get your country back, don't give me this satanic panic shit. Don't act like the fucks you were in the 70s and 80s. Pulling out people like, what the fuck his name is? The rock group. Judas Priest, right? Don't start pulling that shit out and going, oh, satanic panic. Because check it out, Christians. Judeo-Christians even. You do believe in God, but you gotta also believe in the devil too. And then motherfuckers trying you. Trying your patience every day. And I sincerely hope this for you, that may the Lord be with you when that does happen. Now let me get to these comments. Oh my God. Let me get off of my damn soapbox. Oh. Okay. Check it. Tom Landers say she's willing to burn everything down in order to let people other than her rebuild it. Go get a hammer or a steamroller or something and just rebuild it, okay? Do what men do. Oh, so now there's a gender binary. Bitch. Fuck out of here. Tom Landry say, this 2 out of 10 beast woman who is bitter about not getting any attention. And that's where it started for her. You know? I think she came from Virginia Commonwealth, VCU. And these universities, it's people like this that drag down the quality of a college education. You've turned it into high school, the sequel, right? That's all. I see it now. She's a delusional hand beast. Yes, Chrome Dome. That was a delusional hand beast. You know what I'm saying? I see all of those all around me, even up here in Sodak, don't you know? And yes, you are correct, Timmy. All of this could have been fixed with a $1 condom. Currently in the U.S., it's perfectly legal to be a screaming asshole. Timmy say, when you let a female run anything, other than a broom or dishwasher is destined for failure. And you're correct. Timmy also say, a free-thinking, confident man is a direct threat to their agenda. That's what it is. That sums it up. Craig Furness, all right. Motherfuckers know who's the best. If it ain't Psyche Soap, then it must be Craig Furness. All right. Communist news speak. Toss salad. What? Yeah. What? Huh? Okay. Damn! Be ready for that. So fellas that like to watch your Psyche Soap. I didn't think I wanted to do this, but you know, to bring us back, I felt a little nostalgia right there. You know what I'm saying? When I was talking about the origins of the Psyche Soap channel, right? You know? So, you know, when you go to the things that make you go, you know, you're going to see some weird shit. Like this. Check it out. Check it out. Kicking it. Okay, that's not right. Oh, come on. Oh, what the? Somebody's gonna need a tetanus shot after that. And she gonna be screaming. You know? Yeah. What the? Timmy say. Because accountability is kryptonite to feminine, of course. Commies aren't human, says JR. What's happening, JR? She's not ugly, but her face is weird. I don't know. Are you talking about Kim Iverson? Or are you talking about what's her name? The one that was talking to her, the undercover reporter that was embedded with the wokies at the UC Berkeley event. I don't know which one you're talking about. Maybe you'll enlighten me on that. Let me see. Thank you. The anti-Zionist named David. Yo, thank you, David. I'm glad you came on through, man. That's what's up. All right, where am I at on these comments, man? So you say it's too early for you, Tim? I raise my glass and say, motherfucker, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Especially in about 5 minutes where you at, if you know what I mean. Yeah, you're correct. That's penis envy on display. Where are the female forge workers, construction workers, bricklayers? Now, here in flyover country, I've seen a female trucker. I've seen a neon glowy vest, you know, and a hard hat on the broad. I mean, I think it was electrician work. I guess she was in the electrician trade. And yo, people say that trade is pretty easy. No, that one is the one, also the one where you do risk your life if you do not practice safety first, or you'll end up going, and then you'll end up becoming one of them damn things that make you go. Damn! Bye, Psyche Soap. And it's about to start here in 4 minutes there, but back to Timmy. This Uri vid, this is the Uri vid, almost word for word. Uri, are you talking about Uri Geller? Yeah, I remember that Uri Geller motherfucker. I'm dating myself for sure. I'm taking myself out to dinner, buying me a steak, eating that motherfucker, tipping the damn waiter, waitress, or whoever the fuck, and going home with it. You'll own nothing and be happy, comrade. Tom Landry say, that's so they can dump their kids off on the others. They don't like their children. That's correct. This is why you see the Ritalin prescription. Well, why you saw the Ritalin prescriptions. They were okay with that because before that, as the lady had said, as Kim Iverson had said, when the men came back and it was time to baby boom this motherfucker, they kept getting those mommy's little helpers. They still got them. They just come in the form of Lexapro. Big shout out to my guy over in Canada, my man One Fast Dak, And then Timmy said, chose Monk almost a decade ago. I don't have these problems. Yeah, because he's all right. Aussie, what's happening, man? Imagine being married to her. Hockey mask time. Well, Aussie, I am hockey mask time. Look, this guy here, that icon, that so-called avatar. No, that's really me. I'm the axe murderer guy with the red hockey mask with blood on it. My dad's Jason Voorhees. You know that. All right. Weak men create hard times. All right. Well, we're in that phase of that. We're going to go through it for a little while. It's going to cook. It's going to cook. And it's going to cook. All right. Speaking of cook, human make gun. Gun kill tiger. War. War never changes. Yes, Monk for the win, and Monk mode does save lives, doesn't it? Our founding fathers would be reloading by now. Nice rack. I'm just fucking with y'all. Let me get these comments on up out of here. We got some new ones coming up, but I'm gonna, that right there. I just thought I would start the show off with some of that old nose, red pill, big cow, folk, baby. Oh yeah, for those that are not in the know, that's a good one there, David. One Fast Dak will be having a fundraiser stream. Gonna be a gas. Hey, what does that mean, mister? Oh man. Oh shit. You got a link there. I don't know what that means, mister. Oh man, I'm in my StreamYard. Do I have to go to my channel? Oh my god. Alright, you've been watching me for years, so here's what I'll do. I'll go on ahead and go to my show real quick over on the YouTube side of things. I'm going to see what's up with that. Let me check this out. This better not be a fucking, this better not be an attack. There we go. There we go. Okay, what is this shit here, Dick? You better not be. This better not. Oh, okay. Fellas. Now, when the Cold War was going on, going strong, you all know about this guy. Oh, okay, I get it. You were answering my question. And we all know who the fuck that is. You know what? He kind of looks like a Russian version of our spook, our country's spook. His name is James Jesus Angleton. Read about him. Richard Helms. Dick Helms, as they call him, I guess. Those two fellas. Oh, here's a third one. David Atlee Phillips. JFK. All right? That's all I got to say. Because they got out. I mean, those files that they talked about for years already came out. Yeah, I know what it is, man. I know what it is, David. You were answering when I was answering the question about Yuri. Yeah, I was like, is it Yuri Geller? No. You know what? Yuri Geller could be a spook too, but Yuri Bezmenov, he was a Russian spook, but he defected to the United States, and he told us about the way in which a country can be overthrown softly. And whoever did this gynocentric shit, it worked. The GIC worked. Right there, he was telling you about that. He was telling you about that. The GIC. The GIC. The girl I see is that right there. Operation Paperclip. Oh, shit. Look what the cat drug in at 2 hours into the show.
Yeah, I know. It's basically just trying to get home, you know. Things just went completely went to shit this week.
Is that a motherfucking pixie truck?
What?
Is that a motherfucking Penske truck?
No, not a Penske truck this time. just some bullshit. Just some bullshit. You know. Basically, beginning of the week, my power went out. It ain't supposed to be scheduled to be back up till next week.
You probably don't know this, Gwen, but that's kind of trippy that you said that, because the name of this show is Blackout, but it was really, I was going to be talking about the blackout that they're having in Europe, you know, that right there. And you know what's kind of fucked up is that your power went out, dude. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, damn.
Yeah.
So
power went out.
It's still out, or did it come back up?
It's still out. It ain't supposed to. It ain't coming back till like May, until like the 6th of this month.
Okay, I got a question.
What's that?
How much battery is your phone holding right now?
My phone's at 21%, and I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna go in the car, start it up, and just charge it that way.
All right, for those that are not in the know, Red Pill in the Wind also goes to drill every now and again. He's a reservist. He's still serving in the military. He's Marine. You know what I'm saying? You don't fuck with no Marines, man. I mean, shit, they'll make something out of something.
Yeah.
Right?
Make something out of something, make something out of nothing.
That too. Shit.
And just make stuff that have you saying, what the fuck?
Yeah. Most certainly. All right, so shit, you're here in the show, and we might as well just get on into it, since I mean, you brought that up. Now, speaking of blackouts and power going out, Europe's worst blackout in decades exposed vulnerabilities in the continent's electricity grid.
It was planned.
It harkens us back to a few years ago. A few years ago, when we used to just hang out over in the Ticosphere, and there was that one memorable video where, you know, when Trump was in his first term, and he was over in Germany, and he pointed out the fact that to a German prime minister or a German MP member, I believe it was, or energy secretary, the equivalent to an energy secretary anyway over there, that the power grid, or no, in their case, their natural gas that they have been getting is from Russia. All right. And now this little Ukraine thing is going on. Cables are getting cut. Nord Stream got blown up. And now we got this shit. Now, Monday. This was earlier in Monday. Monday's massive power outage in Spain and Portugal, Europe's worst blackout, triggered a lot of questions, concerns, and a blame game of who done it. Now, on Monday midday, a sudden massive outage hit the electricity transmission systems of Spain and Portugal, and briefly parts of France, and a very rare blackout in Europe, whose causes are yet to be determined. The blackout, which began 12 noon Greenwich time, 12 noon
Wow.
Greenwich on May. It hit major cities, transportation networks, leaving authorities scrambling to restore power. And oh, yeah,
I don't
that
know.
siren came in at the right time too. What
Yep.
the fuck?
That's a paramedic.
Uh-oh.
Not for me. That's all. I don't know.
Well, shit.
I don't know. The thing is like,
Oh,
I think it was either planned or was misdiagnosed, not diagnosed correctly as a future problem.
well, this
You
part is
know,
the blame game of it. And it says here that some were quick to point the finger at renewable energy. Solar power provided nearly 60% of Spain's electricity generation immediately before the massive loss of power, while wind energy, hey, your energy,
yeah,
dude, wind
yeah.
energy accounted for another 10%. Initial
Somebody said
speculation swirled around possible cyber attack or the high dependence of the grid on renewable power generation.
the
Spain and the
thing.
EU are investigating the cause, but it appears that a cyber attack could be ruled out.
The thing is like we. Doesn't matter what part of the world you are in. You're not part of what of the country, whatever. We are not prepared for freaking renewable energy. We're not prepared for that. We're not ready for that. We don't have the materials that we have today is not ready for it. You know, we can make a wind turbine, but guess what? We've been burning. Let's see, you're gonna have to at some point burn fossil fuels. You know, you're gonna have to at some point burn fossil fuels because you know what happens, especially in Europe, where everything's affordable now, where it's like you get healthcare. People, that's the sentence is true. You know,
Well,
that's the sentence.
for countries like France right now, I mean, now as much as they are eco freaks about things, over there though, they do have a good amount of nuclear power plants. Not any
Which
coal.
which
Most
makes
of their
sense.
shit's nuclear.
Makes which makes perfect sense, but it's still a potential for a disaster. But if you got it if you got it stabilized, it's not that much of a disaster. If you have as long as you have backstops in place. Now we run on solar, wind, coal, natural gas, nuclear, and we're running on a lot of different types of fuels. You know.
Battery,
Yep.
rare earth, yeah, you know,
Geothermal. Oh no, give me 1 second.
and hydroelectric. We're trying to run on the, you know, it, for the longest time, and I'd say for about a little more than half a century, we've known that, and in a good way, well, until Biden pulled that bullshit, we have been energy independent.
We have to run on whatever works.
Yeah, because we use a lot of power, man. I mean, every time that Earth turns off and we're on the dark side of the planet, this whole thing's lit up. This whole thing's lit up. And from east to west and all of that. And like I said a few shows back, like a few years back, even that it kind of weirded me out when I had seen in North Dakota that there was lots of lights going on toward the western part of it because of Dickinson, North Dakota, and even though we could not do the Keystone XL, and we weren't able to do as much as we were trying to do, drill baby drill, over in Anwar, like where Point Barrow, Alaska is. We had turned our sights to North Dakota, and North Dakota is becoming the new Texas, I'm seeing. Hey, Wind, I'm losing you. Your volume's going down, bro.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Up the volume a little bit.
Give me 1 second.
And you may want to quiet your room. It helps.
Well, I'm sorry, man, but I'm moving through, but I'm trying to get
Okay.
home.
Yeah.
But the thing is, we have a lot of presidents. We have a lot of presidents standing back to the past 10 years. About 40 years. We have a lot of people who, and many of us were playing yo-yo gas, you know. We're playing yo-yo gas prices.
Okay. Okay, it's kind of like cutting in and out on your end, but what I was able to make out of that were the gas prices. And I'm starting, and just today I was seeing $3 up, going back up again because Trump is playing what we'll call tariff ball, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess that's what they call it. I guess it's called tariff ball. I mean, hey, popcorn tariff. You get a tariff. You get a tariff. Everybody gets a tariff. You know,
Yep, that type of shit.
He's handing out tariffs like Oprah hands out cars to the audience.
And in doing that shit, it's like, it's really not doing much of a damn thing.
It's counterproductive.
Yeah, Xi is laughing at his ass, laughing at him.
Do you know what would stop him from laughing? If he says, "Hey, did all that stuff come from China? Did all that stuff come from China? Yeah, send it back. You know, send it back." And that's what will stop him from laughing. You know.
Well, they have a whole other planet to help that with. I mean, anything that the one thing that's been tethering China to us is not one thing. There's many actually. There was the soybean issue that I was seeing a lot locally here in the Dakotas, and this was around the time of the pandemic. But China was able to find an alternative to that.
Yep, it can be grown locally. India can grow soybean. Pakistan, India can grow soybean. Any country can grow soybeans. What's the next thing to hold you back? Okay, China, Japan. You got Japan. You got Taiwan. You've got South Korea. While they're still here, you know, you you got them. Most of them you got them. You got them. Remember that thing. Most of them you got them. Basically, while they're here, hey, why not we figure out how to make technology where we're from, where we're at, so we don't have to depend on another one. What's the next? What's the next thing? By the way.
How's it going now in your mic situation there, Win?
Can you hear me?
Okay, now it's getting there, but your background is cutting in and out. every time you're quiet. When you're quiet, your background goes. When the
Yeah,
background is quiet, you go. And okay, now I'm hearing you.
but I'm saying, what else is going to digest? What else is going to digest? Oil, oil. No, I wouldn't get oil. We could actually produce some. We could actually produce some gold. You know, we could actually
Oh,
produce some gold with that cotton. Oh, well, silk. Oh, how fresh.
hey yo, Win,
Yeah.
go ahead and rework your audio situation here. I'm gonna address this comment from David Smith real quick. Okay, it ain't coming through on my end either. I mean, yeah, I kind of did some some backroom dealing to try to get the audio going correctly, but I can't really do much anything on my end, even though I was trying. The thing is that not only is his microphone, that's one, but he has a good setup on that. The next thing, and this is important, and that would be the connection, because he's on mobile connection, and like you said at the beginning, he was on his way home. He's still on his way home, and once he gets that together and whatnot, he's going to adjust it himself and see if that works on his end. But I'm going to address this comment that David's saying. When's audio is not coming through on your end, but you said something else. The economic situation in China is a shit show, and without exports, it will collapse. But guess what, David? There are other countries other than the United States that need China's products. You know what's really crazy? Enemies to Trump depend on China just as much as we are. Just as much as we are. And if China can't get what it used to get from the United States, like for instance the soybean, land, stuff like that. You seen what they did to Vancouver. They've been buying up, the western part of China China's been buying up the western part of Canada for as long as I could remember, really. And yes, they're getting into this area of where I'm at in the country. Again, guys, the one thing, and I don't think that's what you're doing here, David, but I would like to bring this message out here to you here in the chat and those that are replaying. Now, China's no paper tiger. China's no paper dragon. Don't underestimate them. They are the leading exporters of everything. Everything. I mean, right now, Trump is swinging in the dark. Swinging in the dark, or how do you say this? Throwing a bunch of shit at the wall and hoping it sticks. He's trying to find China's weakness. I mean, yeah, there's of course that real estate problem. Shenzhen, back when I was born, yeah, I know it was a long time ago on some boomer shit, right? Back in the early 80s, late 70s, Shenzhen was no bigger than the town I'm in now. Small ass town. But it kept, a little over 250,000. Now, it's in the top 5 largest cities of the world, you know? Yes, exactly. That's another thing too, David. China does have active military bases in Canada. They can do this. This is why they're buying up land in that western half, and now you're starting to see that creep a little further into the middle and into the Americas, what we call the Great Plains here in America, that region, flyover country, Midwestern. See, it worked. It already worked on, California, Oregon, and Washington State. Now it's moving over to Idaho and over to who that is. Montana. Definitely Montana and Wyoming. It's working its way over there, working its way over to the Dakotas, and that's it. You know? All it needs to do is call a military strike. Yes, it's a military threat. Their Navy is improving. You know, remember in history, and we would get into world history like this, and we all know that every history class is a war. You know? You know what? I think schools should teach you your state history, the one you're living in, the country's history, American history, and also the world's history before you go anywhere else. But back to the world history. When it came to, you know, military strength, you know what I'm saying? Military strength. And that's, you know, kind of like this. Remember when we heard that the British Navy was the strongest navy ever? But there was something that happened back in 1776 that started chipping away at it. And then a century and some decades later, it gave up its title to America. It took 2 world wars and a few other wars back before that, whether it was the Spanish American, the Mexican American, the little row we had in the Philippines. You want to know how we're cool with the Philippines? We used our Navy. We used our Marines. That's how they came about. I mean, that's where they really gotten their strength, out of those wars, all the way up to Iwo Jima, and that's how we got our maritime strength, as you put it. Now, our ground game hadn't been all that great. I mean, we haven't had really a ground game to really speak of since maybe World War II. I can actually put it back to the Civil War, but yeah, we got a ground force, but our ground force can't be as strong as that was. And it hasn't been as strong as that was. We got air superiority. That's all we got to rely on. But China is chipping away at it. The fait accompli strategy, the death by 1,000 cuts. Wasn't that something that came from China? I don't know, man. But do not underestimate that and call him a paper tiger. You know what I mean?
General Sun Tzu.
Oh, there you go again, Win. You cutting in and out. If you don't mind, I'll go ahead and mute you again. Really, I would like to say that it is because you're on mobile connection, and mobile connection is the weakest. Then it goes Wi-Fi. Then it goes, wired, where we're at and everything. But bro, you are more than welcome to be here. I'll be rocking this show for a little while. I'll be talking to the Oh, speaking of the military, my man Godfather of Ramadi's in the building. What's up? And of course, Ramadi, how he got his name is Ramadi is a city in Iraq. Right? They don't fuck around out there, man. That shit, yo. Chicago's getting like a Ramadi. It was like Ramadi in real life, real shit, or like the way Chicago was back in the 30s. But where was I? Oh yes, our our maritime strength. We're still known for that. We still have that. We still have a great air game. We still have a great air force. Oh shit, I thought I already did that. I thought I already threw a wrench over there to Ramadi. Let's see. Let's go on over there. Okay. I don't really even need to give you a doggone what do you call that? I don't even need to give you a doggone disclaimer. You know how to rock with that. You know how to roll with the wrench. All right, so oh yeah, Rafter, you too. Damn. What the fuck? All right, there we go. Ramadi's in effect. All right. Yeah, I've been known, Rafter's been about it. I've been known the captain gets respect here. Speaking of maritime stream, see, I would like for you to come in here and tell us about it. And as far as our ground game, military ground game, I would like Ramadi to talk about that a little bit, because these guys, they do know how that is. They do know what's going on. They actually put that out. But back to the subject at hand, though, before I get this out of here, because we're now getting into the military part of this. This is the European grid. Over the week, there was a blackout. The name of the show is Blackout. And we have all of Western Europe trying to recover from it. And it's doing its thing. Where was I at? Oh, we're still on energy. So I'm going to go on over here into what is our oil prices. That's another thing we should probably, go ahead and talk about. But I'm going to talk about this. I'm going to talk about an even serious problem, brother, because this could affect maritime operations into wherever we're at. You know what I'm saying? Oh, no, man. No doubt, man. I should have been known. Dude. For real? Hey, yo. That's what I didn't understand, dude. But that's because you changed your channel. You changed your channel. You had one, JR. You had one, JR. But shit, you got rid of that shit, man. Oh, yeah, I know. This is like, what, your 15th one? So there you go. Kabloom. And, bro, you've been here for a minute. You've been here forever, dude. Like, yeah, you've been here forever. So, yeah, there you go. Rock it with respect. You know how that goes. In fact, you were probably one of the first ones that ever, even back to my first channel, really. So, okay, Wind, I see you over there. You'll be back. All right, cool. So I'll keep holding this down. And, yeah, man, and we were talking about the maritime game we got, and this might be able to affect it. Look, dude, do not underestimate China. Yeah, China does have a shaky situation, though. If you're talking about the Uyghur population in the southwestern corner, but then again, if you look at that situation, it's kind of the same shit that they were going through with the Tibetans, the Nepalese. Remember, this is how, the Dalai Lama went to India, right? So, I'm aware of a lot of these world events. But I also like to look at the history and how that came about. And what's so sad is that not a lot of politicians, or heck, not a lot of commentators. From there all the way down here, us commentators, us peasants down here down the street, right? So it's kind of fucked up. There's this issue that's happening off one of our major coasts. There's going to be a volcano going on, and this could affect traveling in that part of the in this part of our coastline. So let's check this out right here. Shit. So what I'm looking at is kind of like a deep sea probe looking at what kind of looks like, yeah, you know what this looks like. So they threw thermal sensors on it, and a lot of the heat is like at the bottom. But I would like to know what part of our coastline is this, because this fucker is pretty huge, man. And that's another thing. It's kind of reminding me of what's going on with, Yellowstone. We got volcanoes waiting to blow. If there was a volcano happening now over here, Chinese would be fuck us off. Now I'm looking at this, and what they're doing is that they're probing this area and measuring the temperature, temp gauging it, and everything, and trying to predict, I think, when this thing will erupt. That is insane. Let me get into the story of it real quick, though. So, what is this? So, they're saying oh, shit. And this did happen already. This erupted 10 years ago. Oh, shit. The most active volcano in the Pacific Northwest could erupt any day now, scientists have warned. The axial seamount is a mile-wide underwater volcano that sits 300 miles off the coast of Oregon and more than 4,900 feet below the surface of the Pacific Ocean. It last erupted in 2015, triggering roughly 8,000 earthquakes, producing a 400-foot thick lava flow and causing the bottom of the ocean to sink nearly 8 feet. Now, guys, could this be the day? It's Mayday, but no. But could we be living in the times in which, California actually breaks off of the United States? I don't know. I mean, shit. Scientists monitoring this volcano have detected a key sign that it is about to erupt: inflation of the seafloor. So, not only do we have to worry about financial inflation, there's an inflation on the seafloor. This swelling indicates that magma is building up beneath the surface. According to William Wilcock, a professor and marine geophysicist at the University of Washington, the seafloor has already inflated to the level that it reached before the 2015 eruption. So there could be another one. And what we're looking at is the axial seamount. And this already erupted. This caused quite a bit of earthquakes and other, natural activity on the West Coast. I mean, this probably had a hand in. Why in the fuck are they showing Valerie Burton? Yeah. So, and it looked like the mouth of a bass. That's kind of gross. But yeah, man, that's another thing. Using a thing like this, I mean, China could probably take advantage of something like this. All right. So, yeah, that's some strange shit going on. Be on the lookout for that. Do we got some Orange Man news? Oh yeah. We got some Orange Man news. But before we get to that, and speaking of China, there's another thing that's going on with it. And I'd like to get that out of the way and talk about that, because this could affect your wallet. Oil's dropping fast as of this recording. It dropped about 1%. All right. Almost 2%. So oil prices, according to what this article is saying, pulled ahead in early Asian hours, this past Friday, last Friday, after China said its door is open for talks with the United States, raising hopes of a de-escalation in a bitter trade war between the world's two largest economies. Okay, wait a minute. How are we the largest economy? Because our economy is as large as it is because we deal with, and the only thing China needed us for was our dollar, which is quickly losing value, and number two, our land. I mean, I seen something that David was talking about in reference to the black market, and yes, they are running the black market here because, as a great man once said, I don't know who it was, covert wars require covert funding. The trade war is on the surface. We all know what's going on. But the chess moves, I'm trying to show you a brief glimpse of what they are. And this is just a tiny fraction of it. All right. Brent crude futures rose 38% or 0.6% to $62.51 a barrel. And this was just a while, around last Friday, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude futures, this is us, added 38 cents. That's another 0.6% to $59.62 a barrel. I paid $3 a gallon here in South Dakota. So, I mean, however it looks where you are, you're probably seeing a fluctuating in the gas. I mean, 1 week it's like, 320, 350, and then the next week it comes back down to 280, and then the next week it goes back up again. So this back and forth going on, you're starting to see it due to this right here. Now, China's Commerce Ministry on Friday said the United States has recently taken steps to open a dialogue with Beijing by conveying information through relevant parties. Concerns that the broader trade war could push the global economy into a recession, and crimp oil demand, just as the OPEC Plus group is preparing to raise output, have weighed heavily on oil prices in recent weeks. However, the signals of a potential easing in trade tensions between the United States and China, the world's biggest importer of crude oil. Wow. Really? Damn. Supported sentiment towards crude. Oil prices were also underpinned by a threat from President Orange Man to impose secondary sanctions on buyers of Iranian oil. So get this. He's low-key putting sanctions on Europe. Oh, shit. You can't make this shit up. The threat raised fears of tighter crude oil supplies, ANZ Bank analyst said in a note. Trump's comments followed a postponement of U.S. talks with Iran over its nuclear program. He had previously restored a maximum pressure campaign against Iran, which included efforts to drive the country's oil exports to zero to help prevent Tehran from developing a nuclear weapon. Guess what, Orange Man? They already have it. Remember, bro, we have been saying ever since we overthrew Mossadegh and put in the Shah, ever since we put the Shah on house arrest, we meaning the United States, put the Shah on house arrest, we've been back and forth with them for about that long. We've been back and forth with them for about 80 years, 70 years now. Over that. They got nuclear power plants and they got nuclear weapons. They're going to buy them from Pakistan. They're going to buy them from Russia. And there ain't a damn thing you can do about it. See what I don't know who the fuck his economic advisors are, who the fuck his military advisors are. Bro, they're living in a petrodollar delusion. You are not in the Bush administration, baby. And when I mean you are not in a Bush administration, I'm not talking about W. I'm talking about his daddy. You're not in that world anymore. See, there's two types of boomers: the suicidally stubborn and the doddering old fool. And we're seeing that now. Enjoy your 12 years of it. Now, back to, other things having to deal with Orange Man here. This is a guy, Tom Tillis. He's talking about, the J6 pardons. And we're going to see what's going on with that. And I'll give you kind of my take on it, I guess. So what I'll do here is bring this up a little bit and then go ahead and just grab that up real quick and we'll talk about that shit, I guess. So here's it goes. But before I do that, things are hot between Pakistan and India right now. That's right. They're not being good friends. And yes, they both have nukes. This is okay. Today, they're now in what we were in when we were dealing with Russia. Well, we put our bombs down in Japan, and old boy Stalin, he tested his, and it worked. In a way, I think he knew. See, the KGB, the KGB was just coming to be under Khrushchev, if I'm not mistaken, but the KGB was around during the time of Stalin, too. Let me look that up. Was that true or was that not? Okay, doing that right now. Damn it, so you gotta do all this looking up shit. Just looking up things and shit. Oh no, the KGB came to be right after Stalin died. Under him, it was the NKVD. So, but anyway, his equivalent to the Atomic Energy Commission, they dropped their bomb in 49-ish. Yeah, they did. And when they did that, mutually assured destruction was imminent. Same thing with this Pakistan-India thing. They're both our allies as of now, one of which is definitely a BRICS nation, And if that shit pops off, I don't know. We gotta see if one weapon in that conflict happens to be fired, we're gonna have to deal with whatever fucking cuck decides to side with them. Is it gonna be a Muslim cuck or is it gonna be no de dung cuck? I don't know. And speaking of cuck for the Indians, we're gonna talk about J.D. Vance real quick, but it's about this waltz removal. But before I go into that, we were trying to talk about this situation with Orange Man and Tom Tillis, the senator of North Carolina, Republican, whatever. And it's talking about how he's, assessing the way Trump is going about things. I want to see where he's going with this. Let's check it out.
About to file 2 bills that will increase the penalties up to and including the death penalty for the murder of a police officer. and increasing the penalties and creating federal crimes for assaulting a police officer. That should give you everything you need to know about my position. Look, it was surprising to me that it was a blanket pardon. Now I'm going through the details. So what I should have mentioned before is you should pay attention. This probably won't get reported, but I hope it does. And that's the abuse of the pardon process by Joe Biden. I hope anybody who's going to be critical of what occurred last night is also very critical of a massive overreach by President Biden.
He's correct. He's correct. He used that pardon process. And you know what? We had our heads on the swivel. We already knew about that. But Tillis is bringing it out to the forefront, which I'm afraid will not matter. You know? Because the people that are listening to it that knew it already is already on his side. You know? But the people that did not know about it are the people that supported it. They were okay with it. They voted for that doddering old fool. Of course they're going to do it.
Prospective pardons, kind of like a get out of jail free card, makes no sense to me either. So to answer your question, maybe we need to go back and look at the contours of the authority that future presidents have around pardoning. I'm about to file 2 bills.
But come on, man. Come on, dude. You know, y'all will know better either. And you know so. I mean, even though I did, you know, oh man, I made a lot of mistakes in that damn voting booth, okay? Shit. And I won't make no bones about it. I did vote for Orange Man this time around. However, you know, when you look at it, both parties, the Uniparty, have long abused the pardon. The first abuse that I can think of, the earliest one that I can think of, had much to do with Gerald Ford. And you know who he pardoned, right? So you got to understand what their thought process was. That doddering old fool had that in the back of his mind, and he waited a long fucking time. Long time, you know. And what he did with that is that, you know, since Ford wants to do some shit like that, let me do this too. Right? Let me do this too. But the way he went about it is that you already knew who he was looking out for, right? How the hell do you get a bid in public office? You finally get in there, voted the most popular ever, right? You got you a few little electoral votes, and it got you in there. And then when we come to your last year, your last days, you decide to pardon all these motherfuckers here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And so you can't criticize what Trump did. You know? I can understand him pardoning J6. I'm of the mind that it was a psyop anyway. How about y'all? Shit. I'm of that mind as well. So there's that. Where's the other thing? Oh. Before I even get into that shit, let's look at this shit that's going on with Orange Man and Health Man, RFK. So we're going to talk about that. Check this shit out. And he's talking, according to the article, it's saying, it's coming out of the Daily Mail. Trump reveals bombshell vaccine shift that has experts terrified. Ooh, I'm scared. Okay. The administration has announced 2 key vaccine maneuvers in an effort to increase safety and reduce the number of injections given to Americans. Take that how you want to. The Department of Health and Human Services, DHHS, will now require all new vaccines to be tested in placebo-controlled trials before they're approved for use. Why does that have the experts terrified? Oh, okay. So they don't pull the same shit Fauci did, right? I'm for it. What the fuck? And this is a subject that RFK has been studying, you know, for as long as he can remember. And that guy's a boo bird, dude. Seriously. So the story goes, this means some people in the study will receive the vaccine while others receive a benign substance, such as saline, I hope, before the results are compared. But you got to understand, the trust in this type of a process, it's not very high. None of us are at all trusting of a needle invading our skin, subcutaneous layer, and spraying out goodness knows what the fuck, right? You know, if we didn't do that in the beginning, this would have been a great move. But then again, all of these, vax cucks, yes, vax cucks, I coined the term, I coined it. There we go. They're going to, they would have railed. Okay, they would have been for it because at the time they were on RFK Jr.'s side, right? Okay, so HHS boss Robert F. Kennedy said the move will increase trust in vaccines and boost transparency, but some experts fear it could lead to unethical practices. Understandable. While vaccines for new diseases are often tested with placebos, they are not used for shots for existing treatable pathogens like the measles and polio viruses. Experts say it's unethical to knowingly expose unprotected people to a preventable illness. Understandable. Meanwhile, HHS also announced the creation of a new $500 million project developing vaccines that protect against multiple strains of viruses in a single dose. The universal vaccines, slated to be FDA approved by 2029 at the earliest, is aimed at reducing the need for boosters every year for diseases like COVID. The latest initiative aligns with Kennedy's past arguments that no other country gives as many vaccines in the first year of life as the United States, and we're injecting kids with dozens of vaccines, many of which they don't need. I'm sorry, RFK. Was that a good one, fellas? Was that a good one? I don't know. I don't know. Shit. I'm reading this shit. I'm trying to get this, bring up the fun, I guess. I don't know. The platform will be supported by the U.S. government's Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, BARDA, and National Institutes of Health, NIH, with no involvement from the private sector. Because the involvement from the private sector, that has Fauci written all over it. What he's trying to do is reverse the shit that Fauci was trying to do to get AZT involved when it was the AIDS virus, the AIDS crisis, and the way he did the mRNA, the mRNA gene therapy decision he used with COVID. Okay, back to this. RFK Jr. has frequently charged government health agencies with colluding with big pharma to produce lucrative medicines that people do not need, and pledged when he entered into office to curtail the industry's involvement in government health and science initiatives, such as vaccine development. The project will initially focus on universal flu and COVID vaccines, targeting two specific candidates: the BPL 1357 flu shot, currently awaiting phase 2 trials, and the universal BPL 24910 COVID vaccine, which is about to enter phase 1 trials. The universal vaccine project is being pioneered by two recently appointed senior scientists at the NIH, doctors Matthew Bamulli and Jeffrey Taubenberger. Universal COVID or flu vaccine significantly reduced the number of needed compared to current vaccination strategies. While people generally get a flu shot every year, the appeal of a universal vaccine is a long lasting protection against several strains that erases the need. Additionally, people generally need 2 doses of a COVID vaccine and regularly boosters every year, which we do not trust. A universal COVID vaccine will replace those boosters with one shot roughly every 5 years, saving people from being jabbed around 15 additional times over a decade. The technology underpinning the universal vaccines is the BPL platform, which chemically inactivates whole viruses, preserving multiple viral proteins, not just one, like the spike protein on COVID. These vaccines are likely safer for immunocompromised individuals than live attenuated vaccines because they cannot replicate or cause infection. By preserving multiple viral proteins, they may also stimulate stronger T cell responses compared to subunit or mRNA type of thing, the murder, like I was talking about, offering broader and more durable protection. According to HHS, the vaccine technology is fully government owned and NIH developed. This approach ensures radical transparency, public accountability, and freedom from commercial conflicts of interest. And what he meant by that is, now, in reading his book, the one that exposed the real Anthony Fauci, because Anthony did this bullshit where he had spooky, like, CIA type, private investigators, fixers, if you will, to force, and lawyers too, corporate lawyers as well, on his side, to force through, testing phases. You know how there's test phase 1, test phase 2, and things like that. Well, this is something that RFK is trying to bring back. But, looking at RFK's history, being a Democrat in the past, and I know that, the DNC threw him out of the primaries. They tried to keep his name on the ballot. They excommunicated him, even though he holds the name of a very well known family in the party. I'm a little skeptic. Because maybe RFK was sent to us to be comfortable with this other shit. But then again, when I do read this article, I'm looking at the way he's trying to thwart what worked for the mRNA vaccine. You create an emergency air, like what we had seen in 2020, 2021, and things like that. When we had seen that shit go on, and they, by the perception of emergency, they force, they force a vaccine out of it, and it really isn't. It's actually just mRNA gene therapy. And in a way, even the guy that invented the technology, it shut it down. He wasn't even cool with this shit. And then when Dr. Malone is the guy, Robert Malone is who I'm referring to, and when they shut him down on that, they pushed it out anyway. And this basically was a repeat, as RFK put it, though, and he's right for this. This is a repeat of what Fauci tried to do during the times of AZT. When the AZT drug, when it came to the the HIV virus and AIDS. I mean, as they say, we'll see. We'll see if it goes. We'll see if it works out. But I don't know, man. You know, we lived through some shit in the past 6 years, didn't we? All right. So let's go on over here. More orange, man. But now that Canada's had its election, and they put in a guy that we think that could be very, that could be worse than, the guy that you used to have. Oh boy, Mangina of the Year. You know who we're talking about. And I would like to see what Hidden's take is on it. What One Fast Dax take is on it. You brothers want to weigh in on this? I'll tune into your channels and dude, talk about that, because I don't know, man. I think I got your I did bang the bell on Dak's channel. I don't know if he's on Too Fast Dak or if he's on the alternative channel. I think he still has his main channel back because that one strike he got rid of, I think. But hopefully hopefully he weighs in on that. He probably did already, and I haven't tuned in, but I would like to see what's going on with that and what he thinks about what's going on over in Canada, because they say that this guy is going to fuck it all up, and this kind of weirded me out too, that JD Vance, the current sitting vice president, the tiebreaker vote in the Senate, it has a friend over there, and his name is Jamil Giovanni. He's let me see here. He's a conservative member of parliament. Now, keep in mind, Canada's conservative is kind of still it's still a leftist, right? By any other name. But we're gonna see what's going on with this, and as the song says, get it together and see what's happening.
Why was Mike Waltz let go?
So it wasn't let go. He is being made ambassador to the United Nations, which of course is a Senate-confirmed position. I think you can make a good argument that it's a promotion. But we brought Mike on to do some serious reforms of the National Security Council. He has done that. I like Mike. I think he's a great guy. He's got the trust of both me and the president. But we also thought that he'd make a better UN ambassador as we get beyond this stage of the reforms that we've made to the National Security Council. You saw the...
Now, keep in mind, JD Vance is what the popular parlance would probably call a zennial, because he's part Gen X and he's part millennial. How I get about these generations, you know what I'm saying? You know how I get about these generations over here, you know what I mean? But back over here, this guy, he's a smooth talker. Keep your head on a swivel for this trad cuck, right? Because, 1 minute he'll gain your trust, but don't turn your back on that guy. Walk backwards as you get out the door. Seriously, when it comes to this dude. I mean, it's not because of the fact that he has, he's in an interracial marriage. I don't care about that type of thing. We should be over that type of shit, right? But, basically, he is, pretty much against our principles. It's been going our own way in a way. You shouldn't get married, first of all. But lately, he's got his, his Zionist ties, but so does everyone. I mean, if you're far to the right or far to the left in American parlance and politics, yeah, we're Israel's bitch. That's right. But keep in mind, JD Vance got a debate game. He's son Tim Waltz, even when the weather's sunny. Not Mike Waltz. They're talking about this guy that they took out of the NSA to go to the UN. And the NSA, it has its issues too. I mean, come on. That is now what the spooks in the CIA did back then, the NSA is doing now. And you know who told us about that. All right, but back over here. He has a really good debate game. The guy, speaks really well. But then again, beware of those that do speak really well. This is coming from a guy that has voted for floppy ears twice. All right, blue pilled simp. I'm a recovering mangina, right? Okay, mix out recovering mangina, former blue pilled simp. Except the things that I cannot change and all that shit. But for real, on this side here, this guy is probably gonna just mop the floor with whoever he goes up against, because he's the successor. But but watch out for the successor, because he knows. You know what I'm saying? He is. For my anti-Zionists, I'm gonna throw you a bone here on this one. Yeah, he's in good with that tiny hat crowd. Okay, sometimes when he does be talking, I'm like, what in the Adderall is going on? You're sounding like Ben Shapiro. But he did sun Tim Waltz even when the weather was sunny. Even when the weather was stormy, excuse me. He sunned Tim Waltz even when the weather was stormy, is what I'm trying to tell you. But back on this thing, they moved a guy out of the NSA, put him in the UN. The NSA is foul for many reasons I cannot name right now. And the UN is definitely foul for reasons that are very obvious. But he's talking about this, and pay close attention to this. I'm gonna rewind this back again, and we'll see where this is coming from. Check it out.
It's Mike Waltz, let go.
So it wasn't let go. He is being made ambassador to the United Nations, which, of course, is a Senate-confirmed position. I think you can make a good argument that it's a promotion. But we brought Mike on.
And don't forget, I do have the link pinned on here if you want to talk with me. Practice good audio discipline, and we good. You know what I mean? All it takes is a quiet room, a good headset, and wired connection. Anytime you step away from that, it depletes the quality. Keep in mind of that. All right, let's keep it going.
To do some serious reforms to the National Security Council. He has done that. I like Mike. I think he's a great guy. He's got the trust of both me and the president. But we also thought that he'd make a better UN ambassador as we get beyond this stage of the reforms that we've made to the National Security Council. You saw the president announce that Marco Rubio is going to step in as interim leader of the National Security Council. So I think the media wants to frame this as a firing. Donald Trump has fired a lot of people. He doesn't give them Senate-confirmed appointments afterward.
Especially when he was in his first term. It seemed like working in his cabinet was a temp service, right? Right, here we go.
What he thinks is that Mike Waltz is going to better serve the administration, most importantly, the American people in that role, and I happen to agree with him.
Yeah, so there it is. Now, make of that what you will. JD Vance is doing his thing. The way he presents things, I like the cut of his jib, especially when Zelensky was in the White House. I remember when Zelensky was in the White House, right? The one that was given that that Ukrainian tart a good talking to was really Vance. Trump was like, you know what? If I was really in that guy's mind, I'm like, dude, this guy sounds like the younger version of me. Shit. For a minute, Trump had to shut up for a while and let Vance, put it down. Let Vance do his thing. And it was good that we got to see that. It's been a long time that we see a lot of talks in the West Wing, is it? Or is it the East Wing? I'm not sure. But, it's very rare that we do see talks of that nature up close and personal. Now that we have social media, we get to see what they talk about instead of what they purport to show us in in a news broadcast or in a newspaper, because times have changed. Now that we got this thing called social media, we get to get insight, true reality into what they're doing. Because right now they haven't figured out yet a way to censor us. They tried that shit 3 years ago. They're trying that shit right now. YouTube is turning 20 years ago, 2005, you guys. And they weren't even bought by Google yet. And when Google bought them, guess what the first thing was that went viral back then? And mind you, they were the reason why, if you walked around in 2006 and you seen a magazine of Time and it had the mirror there, what they were trying to tell you. And by the way, Time, don't get it twisted. That publication bought by Ted Turner was started by actual China lobbyists, people that supported the KMT and Chiang Kai-shek. And when Chiang Kai-shek couldn't tear down Chairman Mao in 1949, he was banished to the to the outer world, to Taipei or Taiwan, the island of Formosa, if you will. But when this was going on, YouTube was bought by Google. The viral video the most viral video back then was not a cat video. It was the hanging, the execution of Saddam Hussein. After that happened, Google bought YouTube. Oh, I remember that. And I remember when that was happening, when that was going on, before Google bought YouTube. It was a lot easier to download the videos. You didn't hey, I know you're here. K-Plan? K-Plan! K-Plan? You see that simp over there? Zap him! Yes, zap him, K-Plan. K-Plan, seize him. Send him to the soap dungeon. Yes, zap him. Zap him again. Yes, this is great. You see the laser? Zap him with the laser. Where am I going with this? Oh, okay. So yeah, YouTube's turned 20. That's another thing I want to talk about. And at the time, there was a mirrored image. No, like a silver cover on Time. Like it was a mirror to make it look like you were the man or woman of the year, because YouTube was bought by Google. This was all connected, really, how the media was doing this. Because, yeah, Susan. We're going back to Susie. And this was before, oh, yes, zap him, Cleveland. Zap him. But, what the fuck? Oh, man, I get distracted. This was all going on when Susan Wojcicki made the move to let Google go ahead and buy it. Because once she did that, it was over. And now here we are. And yes, you're correct, Timmy. What a long, strange trip it's been, right? Because, back before Google bought YouTube or brought, YouTube into the fold to be Google's video media arm, the replacement of the legacy media, it is now the legacy media. This right here is the legacy media. And there's all sorts of platforms that were inspired by this same model. Now, before Google went and bought it, Susan was in the garage with Larry Page, Sergey Brin, and all of them, and I mean, to be the fly on the wall when that shit was going on, that would have been wonderful, you know. But I mean, here we are now. I mean, 20 years later. I mean, damn, seemed like only fucking 5 years ago, but no. I mean, here we are, doing what we're doing. Speaking of the new media, let's talk about video games. I mean, yeah, I usually don't go there. I usually don't go there with this, but let's get after it because right now, Microsoft, its stock is rising faster than Sony's right now, and it's in danger of going down if you really look at it. According to this Bloomberg news report, it might not even be saying that, but let's see what's going on because it's saying here that Microsoft raises Xbox and game prices, citing rising costs. Microsoft Corp is raising its prices on its Xbox games, consoles, and accessories amid broader uncertainty about how the ongoing trade war will impact supply chains in the gaming industry. Well, guys, if you know like we know, look at what happened with Sony during the pandemic, and they were trying to release PS5 in that. And they still ain't got enough games for this damn thing. You know? They haven't even moved out of the PS4 stage. There are people still rocking the PS4 like it just came out. And the Xbox been around for the past 4.5 years now. But on the other side of things, you got people like Nintendo. And Nintendo, they're like the Milton Bradley, the Parker brothers of Japan. Except they'll go a little further in gaming. You know, they like to expand. And ever since they put out the Famicom, or what we all like to call the NES, the regular Nintendo, as we said it in the hood, like, you know, they improved upon the Atari console model by upping the graphics, making it a little more interactive, making it a little more, a fun experience. And now today, video gaming has, of course, replaced movies as the entertainment medium to be. But on the other side of, things, we're looking at Xbox. You all know how this is going. So the company's Xbox Series S 512 GB console, it'll cost $380. It's an increase of $80. The more powerful Series X will sell for $600. A jump of $100. Now, keep in mind, some of y'all PCs are just as strong as the high-powered Xbox 360 or the lower-powered Series X, depending upon what processor you got. But anyway, back to the story. Controller and headset prices are also increasing. Okay, so that's true. So if you're looking to get controllers or headsets, this is May 2nd, right? At this time of my recording this stream live, you better go get that shit now. Because I'd like to say as early as next month, them prices are going to double because of this damn trade war. If they don't get shit right, that shit is going to double. Whatever price you saw today in your store, when it came to a controller, when it came to a headset, and a lot of y'all like to use your headsets to come on in here to the show and shit, Oh, yeah. I know, man. Yeah, and I'll be talking about Kool-Aid Man a little later in a few more episodes. But back to this shit. The price increases are global and will come 2 weeks after rival Sony Group Corp hiked pricing for its PS5 across Europe, Australia, New Zealand, citing inflation and a tough economic environment. I mean, if anybody knows anything about that, it is Sony. Because from the beginning of this shit, I mean, they chose to release a console at the wrong time. at the most shittiest time. But then again, positive for them. If they cut back on its stupid ass censorship and its wokeness, which they won't, they're still headquartered over in Cali. They don't give a damn, right? And they're going to keep hiring these septum-pierced idiots that don't know their asses from a hole in the ground, but we'll keep it going. The article goes on to say, we understand that these changes are challenging, and they were made with careful consideration given market conditions and rising costs of development. Xbox wrote in a blog post Thursday morning. Looking ahead, we continue to focus on offering more ways to play more games across any screen and ensuring value for Xbox players. Microsoft, or Microsoft, if you want to call them that, gaming strategy revolves around building up its Game Pass subscription service, because I'm starting to see that there was a difference between Xbox's Game Pass and the PC's Game Pass, but I'm hearing things saying that they're merging the two. But let me keep it going. The Game Pass subscription service, the article goes on to say, offered across its consoles, PC, and smart TV platforms. Why don't you just put the goddamn console in the fucking TV platform? Why don't you just put it in the smart TV? You better beat Sony to it. Because the last time Microsoft failed to beat the competition into something that would just go nuclear in a good way for their company, they failed. Remember the Windows Phone? Oh, yeah, I remember that. Because when, oh boy, what's his name? Not Tim Cook, but before him. Steve Jobs, yes, of Apple. When he announced the iPhone, all bets were off. And the only worthy adversary to them is Android. And I still use it to this day. Now, the article says this. But what I was trying to say, though, before I get back into it, is that why don't Microsoft just make a smart TV platform in which you could plug in your controller and you'll have just as good a graphics as, your Xbox Series S or your Series X, depending upon what type of TV you buying. Check it out, right? Check this out. Come on a journey with me. Now, I'm seeing TVs, 65 inches, go out for like, 300 bones, right? Why not that same TV sell for 500 bones, right? And you throw the Xbox platform on in the TV. That way you ain't got to get no damn console. You in the console. Yo, it is still virtually a console war, but the console is already in the TV. It's a one-stop shop. Why don't you do that? And yeah, PC, that will end that thing. But if you really look at it, you can make the PC a lot more powerful than that, like a Series X or higher, and sell the TV for 700. I mean, you're going to sell the console for 600. You might as well get the TV for an extra $100, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm fucked up, but there you go. I'm almost getting there, though. You know what I'm saying? So, as it says, is that it allows users to download and play a collection of free games each month, but it also sells standalone games, most notably the Call of Duty series. This holiday season, Xbox will adjust some of its first-party game prices from $70 to $80, matching what the Nintendo company is doing with flagship titles for the Switch 2 console. And this, my friends, is where Nintendo is fucking up. Microsoft, you actually have a chance to turn this around. Don't end up being what Sony's doing. Don't start doing what Sony did back in the pandemic. And don't do what Nintendo's doing right now. But according to this article, it is going to do that, aren't they? Because I want my line to go up. Stupid mother... Anyway, let me get back in this. The U.S. company did not say if the price hikes were the direct result of tariffs, and it is. But over the years, Xbox has relied on overseas manufacturing. Oh, shit. Including operations in China. Microsoft, right? During its quarterly earnings call this past Wednesday, Microsoft said that tariff uncertainty has led to higher than usual inventory among computer makers. They're buying PCs. They're building PCs. Now that those overly fucking produced graphics cards came out for the fucking Bitcoin mining, no, they're buying those shits. They're slapping them into the computer, right? And they're getting, insane amount of graphics if you're a graphics hoe. And they're playing some of the best shit through the PC. This is the ace up Microsoft's sleeve. This is the ace up their sleeve. Because I'm getting Xbox Series S type graphics with this fucking device. Why are you still making consoles, bruh? Stop that. Put it in the TV. I don't know. Maybe that's me. But that's how they're doing with it. I mean, people are going into the PC Master Race game. Microsoft has that on lock. Ain't nobody gonna stop it. They did buy Activision, Blizzard, and all of them. So great titles can come out of that. And there you go. There you have it. Big shout to my man RGE. Big shout to my guy True Sherm. Big shout out to Chaos for You. Because he be doing this thing on the gaming, like that. All right, so that was cool. That was a good journey I went down here. What you want to do? We're gonna end this with a little bit more some of that Booker knows Mitchell Salt, baby. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna get into this Democratic lawmaker thing. All right. Because I'm kind of in the mood for a little bit more of this political drama before I do go, and put kind of like my truth pill spin on it. I don't like calling it the red pill anymore. I like to just call it what it is, truth pill. But then again, beware of the word truth, because guess what the name of the Russian paper was when Stalin was doing his thing, when Lenin was doing his thing? It was called Pravda. Russian translation, truth. And that's the ugly truth. There's a reason why it is ugly for a reason. The truth looks like that bitch right there. Like, what the fuck? Laura, oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Oh, here we go. Here we go and do this. Hey, play that shit. Hey.
Well, as we move closer to the midterms, Democrats aren't just getting angry, they have a major party leadership problem.
I think it is abominable that an official of a political party who is being paid or supported by that political party to go out and raise money to defeat members of the same party. I think that's a jack.
Now, guys, keep in mind, Jim Carville, he was the main reason why Clinton was in the collective consciousness, because him and Dave Stephanopoulos, were the strategists to this man's campaign. But dude, I don't know what's her name did. I do not know what Hillary did. But if you didn't hire this guy, if I find out you didn't hire this guy, I know why your ass didn't get voted for. You probably would have had a chance if you'd have picked Bernie as your running mate. People still don't believe that when I tell them, but that's true, man. Because he's able to reach that other side of the party. If you don't do that, you got a problem. Like, for instance, back with Eisenhower, and I'll play this real quick after I get off my tangent, but here we go. my historic tangent. I mean, my tangent, I guess. Let's go. So, with Eisenhower, lauded, praised, Supreme Allied Commander. Yeah, he was that under the Roosevelt administration, under the Truman administration. But what he did, right, was switch parties. He didn't want to be a Democrat. All right. Okay, I understand that. He was middle of the road right there, right off the gate, you know? And for the longest time, they have been seeing Democrats run shit. So let's give it a little change. Now, I got that. Now, here's another thing. We're going to be going into this issue with Russia, communists. I need me a Hulk. I need me a guy that'll get after these sons of bitches. All right. This guy from California, he's a loudmouth, but I'll pick him. And plus, he's good at fundraising. Why not? Let's do it. Fuck it. See? That's how that works. And yeah, sometimes that could work to fatal effects. Kennedy and LBJ, anybody? Oh shit. Okay, let me stop. Speaking of Kennedy and LBJ, here goes the Democrats' current civil war. Yeah, I love that shit.
Well, as we move closer to the midterms, Democrats aren't just getting angry, they have a major party leadership problem.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is abominable that an official of a political party who is being paid or supported by that political party to go out and raise money to defeat members of the same party. I think that's a jackery of the highest level. It'll tell you right to your face. I think it's abominable that you have anything to do with the DNC.
You have to understand the nuance here.
There's no nuance to it. It's just flat out wrong. It's flat out wrong to use money that we could be used to be.
Here's the deal, James. What is your plan to deal with our abominable approval rating?
Win elections. Win elections. You see, against Republicans.
Here
You
to
know what?
react, Massachusetts Congressman Jake Auchincloss.
Before you even go further than that, as much as I'm against them damn leftists today, he's right. The victory matters. Get back to where you were. Now, the Band-Aid's been off. Both parties, if you really look at it. You know? The Republicans needed a guy straightforward. Like Trump. See, they tried that bullshit with McCain, but it didn't work. And Mitt, bro, he told, you know, now that I look at it, and a lot of his talking points back then, especially that binders full of women quote. Oh, man. That was some pimp shit for real, now that I look at it. But back to Mittens, right? Now, he said something about Social Security being a Ponzi scheme. At the time, I scoffed at it. Today, he's right. And I ain't going to be able to use it. So fuck that. Get a traditional IRA and you're good. You know? I mean, at least get a Roth. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Don't touch no 401k. You know what I'm saying? Get you an IRA, bro. Independent retirement account. And then you'll be all right. You get a little something to fuck with along with your SSI. Now, he also said another great thing Mittens did. And it was sometimes, no, more often than not, and it has more to do with the Democrats. There's a culture of dependence. Now, at the time, I scoffed at it. Today, I got older. I don't know if it's wiser, depending upon who you ask, but I see it. Everywhere outside my door. Somebody waiting on a check from this, something you didn't work for. You know? But if that guy worked hard by the sweat of his brow, hell, even, you know, duped a few motherfuckers, you know? and got, and hustled for it and got this big stack of money and achieved success. We are starting to punish a lot of people for that. Most often straight men, right? So, I'm cool with that. All right. Now, today, the RNC needed a good slap in the back of the head to get back to relevance. Because we are seeing, even today, a shift to the left when it comes to the so-called Overton window. And, this last death gasp, I would like to call it, is what we're seeing out of the Republican Party. It took a rich Democrat to get your shit together. It took a rich Democrat to say the shit you was afraid to say, to do the shit you was afraid to do, and stand on business by it. Now on the Democrat side, this is a little of the same but different. They're going to need a Trump-like figure. They're going to need that slap in the back of the head. A Trump-like figure that's going to say the things that everyone's afraid to say and do the things that everyone's afraid to do. But here's the thing. They're so obsessed with youth. Boyney is not the guy. Captain Commie is not the dude. Sorry. AOC is the dude. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be the man. Here it goes. And either it'll look like a ticket of Bernie AOC or AOC Bernie, kind of like how Obama did with Biden. But you know what it is. But let's get into this. I've waffled long enough. Let's go. I'm starting to sound like fucking Polska Bob with my fucking waffling. Damn. Big up to Polska Bob.
Klaus, Congressman, thank you so much for joining us. Who's the leader of your party as it stands tonight?
You don't know, motherfucker.
For the first time in 20 years, Laura, the Democratic Party doesn't have a standard bearer. And you may think that's a bad thing. I disagree. I think that's a good thing, because what it means is that we are free to debate big ideas without being in an ideological straitjacket. For example, David Hogg, who you just had up there, he's putting $20 million down for primaries. A bigger, better idea than just more primaries would be to get rid of the primary system altogether. It pulls politicians to the flanks, your party and mine. And we should do what Alaska and Louisiana have done, both red states, and allow every voter and every candidate to participate in every taxpayer-funded election.
And here's the thing. We here in South Dakota had that same vote on the ballot, and I'm for that also. For, independents to vote in these primaries. Because besides the states that he has mentioned, every other state is that party only. And they're participating in that playoff. It's kind of like the primaries. Think of it as like a playoff game before you get to the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? That's all that is. AFC, NFC, Democrat, Republican, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, motherfucking Marshall, Les Paul. You know what I'm saying. Let's go.
And that way you empower the median voter. That's a big idea that Democrats should be focused on.
Well, that sounds like a very interesting idea. I mean, I'm not sure I'd be on board with it, but it's an interesting idea. Why don't they make you the co-head of the DNC? I mean, you have more experience, obviously. I mean, look, you got Carville, who knows how to win elections, right? He's been around for decades. He knows political history, knows the ins and outs. You can't go after every incumbent. You can't threaten every incumbent. That is a disaster. But when you look,
Carville is the Democrats' Lee Atwater, and they need a guy like that that'll, fight. But Carville's been in the game, like she says, for decades, and somebody is gonna have to take this guy's place. I mean, shit, he's long in the tooth, but I tell you what, he knows what the fuck he's talking about, bro. I mean, even back then, when I was, when I was going off that blue pill, I was addicted to the blue pill. This guy knew what the fuck he was talking about, But now, there's got to be a lot to be said about what Lee Atwater did for the Republicans or what Roy Cohn has done for the anti-communists and shit like that, minus all the blackmail, extortion or whatever the fuck, whatever.
Look back at the way things have gone for the Democrats in the last few years.
Ew!
And you heard Kamala Harris last night, Congressman. You probably watched some of her speech. Do you think the Democrats, again, as of tonight, are answering the concerns of the middle class that have begun to turn away from the Democrat standard bearers?
Hell no.
Democrats have an opportunity to answer those concerns. Right now, in a Fox News poll, only a third of voters think that Donald Trump's doing a good job on tariffs and inflation. Democrats have a chance to say, we are now the party of free enterprise, free trade with free people to build a strong middle class with lower costs, particularly in housing and healthcare.
No.
Here's how we're...
I got to stop you there, bro. No, you're not. No, you're not. Not with a history of NAFTA. NAFTA brought us outsourcing. This AI bubble you're looking at, Democrats love the fuck out of that. Anything that can automatically, from the tech world, technocrats, right? You know, that's Elon, and what's that guy's name? The crypto fuck. Even motherfuckers like Mark Cuban and, you know, the, Thiel? Peter Thiel? That guy. And these people, like, wow, these folks are dropping the ball. And this is where Trump came in and just, you know, either knocked them out or got a few of them on his side and are now reworking and reshaping the Republicans. Now, here on the Democrats, you got a long way to the top. If you want to rock and roll in this party, shit, you got to get further. You got to improve upon what you did with Obama. You got to do something better than that. But don't give us a dollar store version, a lazy templated version of that. You know, and which is what you did. And now, slowly but surely, the black man, he's smart. He's going over there to the Republican side or to independent side, if you really look at it. You know, they're starting to think a little bit more independently. They're not, you know, taking cues from mama, but keep in mind, we still got a lot of simps over here. God, no! Even if they are right-wing, all right? You know, that's a matriarchal system you're talking about there. And they got a lot, like I said earlier in the show, they haven't slaughtered their sacred cows yet. And there you go. But over here on the Democrats, they haven't slaughtered their sacred cows yet. And a lot of those sacred cows come with what those people in that UC Berkeley thing that I showed you earlier, they have to learn this. Get off of that fucking intersectionality train, or you will wreck right along with it. Just like the wall is doing to some of your leaders.
We're going to do it. We're going to peel the bark off the health insurance corporations. We're going to build 7 million units of housing. We are going to deliver excellent education to every kid in this country.
No, I get that, but you had 4 years of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and for part of that time, you had a Democrat Congress. So, like, you had all that time. Biden said it was going to be a new era for America. So what happened?
We accomplished a lot in that first term. We got infrastructure. We got chips and science, which was domestic semiconductor manufacturing. We got gun safety legislation that the Trump administration is now rolling back. We now, though, have to do more.
And you know what? That's not going to kick it, bro. That's not going to do it. Like one idiot once said, we don't believe you. You need more people. You know what I'm saying? Dude, and you're in Massachusetts, bro? You're drinking the Kool-Aid over there, bro? Hey, guys, when we're talking about white dudes for Harris, you're looking at him. You're looking at them. They look like this fool right here. Fucking up. You know, I'll tell you what, if I had a choice between a trad cuck, and this thing here, I'm probably gonna have to make a few deals with this trad cuck to see where the fuck we're gonna go with this. Because if I go over here to the actual cuck, over here to the Democrat side, ain't nothing gonna be working, man. I'm telling you, bro. Look at what the fuck. He is spouting off delusions. Here it goes. Let's hear it again.
Manufacturing. We got gun safety legislation.
Gun safety legislation? So that we can end up like the other Five Eyes countries? And get, silent knife slices on our necks? Really? All they gotta do is sharpen the motherfucker. A gun law doesn't stop that shit. The gun laws stop responsible gun owners. They keep them in chains, which you're okay with. Now, you had something there when the gun safety laws and the gun right. By the way, Republicans, and yes, you Dixiecrats too, you conservatives, y'all were for gun control, but for a totally different damn reason. Right? But now the Democrats have held it. Because white girls scared a gun. That's what that is. Yeah, she's scared of a gun, bro. I'm afraid of the gun. I don't. It's Kofi. Kofi is seething. That's right, K-Plan. Zap him with the laser. Zap him with the laser. Yeah. Yes. Zap him with another one. Yes. He sucks. No, you shut, mister.
That the Trump administration is now rolling back. We now, though, have to do more. We have to do more on the border. You're right, Laura. 5 million people crossing the border under Joe Biden without documentation was not acceptable.
Did you say 5
Democrats
million?
Need to
Congressman, you're obviously very.
Hey, yo, in case y'all wondering, K-Plan is saying, yes, zap him, K-Plan. Yeah. Zap him. He's stupid. He's stupid duty pee-pee. I hate him.
Very smart. I'm not trying to patronize you. You're very smart. Oh, and you know it's not 5 million, right? So
documentation.
How's my audio now?
The actual number.
Right, but numbers matter, right? Numbers matter because I think you're right to point out the need to connect with the middle class. I came from middle class. I know
bullshit.
Middle class. So connecting with the middle class. How does when you say an open market, free market? Well, free market's nice in theory.
Bullshit. I can smell the silver spoon from here, bitch. Connect with middle class. Bullshit. How's my audio? Hey, Soap. How's my audio? Yeah.
Excuse me, I didn't know.
But I'm like I said, bullshit. I can smell the silver spoon from here. I can smell the 14-karat silver spoon from here.
She looked like the guy that played on Silver Spoons, man. Zap her, K-Plan. Zap them. Okay. Sounds off? He's good.
Yeah. Like I said,
I hear you.
Like I said, bullshit. I can smell the silver spoon. Connect with the middle class. The last person to connect with the middle class was Jimmy fucking Carter. That's the last president that was ever going to connect with the middle class was Jimmy Carter.
Zap him, K-Plan.
And last time I checked, he's still dead. Ain't he still dead?
Yeah. He made it to 100 though. He made it to a century.
Yeah. You got to give him props for that one. And most of them fat fucks ain't gonna make it past 90.
Oh man, like Bob Barker, he was playing the Price is Right, showcase challenge up to the penny, bruh. He died at 99. He played that game for life.
Look,
He was like, well, you know
look,
what? Not $1 over 100. Fuck
right?
that.
But
Yo.
but look at it this way: they don't give a shit until they start reopening the grassy knoll barber shop and the library building barber shop and start specializing in giving haircuts. You know,
Yeah, that's coming back again, man. Oh man. Oh. Yeah,
motherfuckers
shit.
losing their goddamn mind.
Way too many Luigi's with the fire flower. But on this, right? Basically, I'm playing this video to say all this. Right now, they're trying to get trying to regain their chops again over there on the left side, and nah, that ain't working, bro. Like, oh god, let me see what they're saying. Here it goes.
But if you don't have an auto industry at the end of the free market, how is that good for the middle class? So how is no industry good for the middle class if China can come in and undercut every industry, which they're capable of doing? How is that good?
But if the middle class...
Okay.
I'm going to say something here. I want to say something real quick. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say something real quick. When every American car after 2006 is complete and utter shit. Every American car built after 2006 is complete and utter shit. Do you know why? Either your car, the car, you've got cars from 1970 still with the original transmission, still with the original engine, some of them with the original goddamn spark plugs. And we sneeze on these modern cars the wrong way. Oh Lord, have mercy, forgive us for our sins. You know?
Well, even back then, even in the 60s and 70s, they were still playing that planned obsolescence game. They just refined it a little more over the decades. And oh damn, this is another thing I seen today too, Win, that I meant to bring into the show. That just sparked my mind, right? Guess what they're bringing back from the 80s, man?
What?
Yugo.
Yugos?
They're bringing back the Yugos.
The Yugo.
Yugo, dude. They're gonna bring back the Yugo, bro.
It's gonna be that modernized bullshit. It's not gonna be the same Yugo. You know?
Today's fucking no different than Fiat. Fiat was just as bad. Zap them K-Plan. Zap them. I hate them.
Everything. Look, shit. Look at that. It's just the econo shit. There's a DPF system. All of it is designed to fuck the engine up so you don't make money off of it.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of that movie back in the days when we were kids. What was that, Matilda? And that was a part where Matilda's uncle, I think it was, ran an auto dealership, and he started doing all of these auto car salesman tricks to make the car run just enough to get off the lot, and then by the time it messes up, they can't take it back. They can't do any of that shit. Yeah.
It's called, and that's why they have a lemon law.
Yep.
There are. My dad drove a station wagon that made it to 1 million miles. 1 million miles. What modern car is gonna make it to 1 million miles?
Yep. That's a space flight to Mars and back, pretty much.
Exactly. But what modern truck, semi-truck or otherwise, is gonna make it to the 1 million mile mark? Let me tell you what people usually get. For the new owner operators, I'm gonna tell you what you're gonna get. You're gonna get all these trucks that have been fucking ran all week and put away wet. by every goddamn carrier. Just right shy of the 500,000 miles. And when you hit your 500,000 miles and go over it, guess what's going to happen? Your truck's going to break down, and they're going to get a new truck.
Yep. That's another way to keep you buying the latest and the greatest. And the same model has been copied in devices, even smartphones and tablets. But now, in keeping with the video that we are seeing here, that's happening with political parties. Check this out.
Under Donald Trump's tariffs, how is that good for the middle class? What we
how
need
did we
in this
ever
country
how
is
did we ever
strong
survive as a country before China became a member of the WTO? I mean, we became the world's biggest superpower before China was dumping product, right? So we obviously are capable of having a strong manufacturing class, which Democrats used to really support.
I was on the select committee on China for 2 years. I absolutely support strong tariffs on China because they've been cheating on the terms of trade. What I don't support is tariffs on Canada that makes it more expensive for my constituents to buy home insurance. How is that helping the middle class right now? It just makes this president look like he's not serious
support the
about an
president's
industrial policy.
Okay, but most of the industrial stuff we're talking about, other than some aluminum in Canada, is China, is China focused. So, but you're then in favor of Trump's general approach to hitting China hard?
No.
I'm going to say this. Because my brother just. I'm gonna say this here.
Oh
Um,
man. Excuse me.
China should have never been on a negotiation table at all in the Cold War.
It all started in one nice little meeting in 1972. And
They
you
should
know
have
which
never.
meeting I'm talking about. You know which meeting I'm talking about. Just before that guy
Wow.
Mao died, it started in one wonderful meeting in 1972. I could even pull it even further back from that.
Look, I'm gonna say this. Mao Zedong. I call him Mao Zedong, not Zedong. Zedong.
We were just talking about
T-E.
that earlier, for sure, because that little meeting in 72 sparked everything. When they lost, when they lost a grip on China during the end of the Second World War, we had sided with Mao's enemy. But by the time, oh boy, anti-communist hawk, Nixon, yep, that guy, he took a
Give him the
little
cross.
visit. He took a little visit to Mao just before his, and we talking about Mao's little last days. He had gotten that set up, and once old Mao got gone, Deng Xiaoping took over, and from then on forward, Deng Xiaoping have been going back and forth with some of the leading corporate American bosses, and we now have we now have the result of all of those damn meetings today.
I'm gonna tell you this much. Instead of trying to tariff China, just don't accept their freight.
True. We did this already, though. You see what happened.
For tariffs to be successful, they got to do three things. One, they've got to be nested within an industrial policy that actually has a point of view and a plan about how we're going to re-domesticate manufacturing. He's not doing that right. Number two, they've got to be aligned with our allies so that our allies and adversaries know what to expect. Yeah. And then number three, Laura, they got to be done through Congress because no one can plan around this guy's tweets. I got business owners in my district who are saying, I literally have no idea what the next 12 hours is going to bring. Uncertainty is toxic for business.
Well, by the end of it, I think we'll probably end up having about a 30% tariff on China, which probably is actually good news for you and your constituents. But we'll see. We'll see where it lands. Congressman, lovely having you on. Thank you very much.
I'm going to say this here. The reason they left the United States is for cheap labor. And the thing is with it, cheap labor so they can sell the same thing that used to be bought and made, built, manufactured in America for cheaper. Did you know? Did y'all know that Birkin bags are made in China? Did you know that
The
Gucci bags are made in China?
knockoffs, the
No, no,
knockoffs,
no, no,
the
no,
real
no, no.
thing. No, that's what I'm saying. The
Yeah, the
knockoffs
knockoff
and
folks
the
are
real
real,
things
are
are
real
being made
made.
there.
Exactly. So tell me how why you're having why are we paying for like markups up to why is Birkin bag so expensive?
Oh,
Why is Gucci so expensive?
so many corporate bosses, regardless of what party they were doing this shit for, have been meeting back and forth ever since the year 1972 to make sure. And out of this, as a result, we now have a service economy, America. How you doing, service economy? What
I
are
got
you
a
gonna
question.
do with that?
I got a question. Why are people still trying to buy Birkin bags and Gucci? Why don't we just stop buying it? Heck, we got cows, right? You could buy cow leather. There's somebody out there in your friends group that could probably stitch you together a bag.
You just gave me an idea as to what would come from all of that. Because if, someone in America sees that there and know what's going on with that, what they'll do is they'll probably with whatever they've invested or and go ahead and build that business and bring factories back here. But in America, we have been conditioned for the past nearly 50 years or so
To
to
be lazy,
serve others. No, to
to
serve others.
serve
This
others.
is a service economy, trying to get our mind tuned in to start wanting to be the slave labor now. And if the slave labor is coming from us, hopefully if it's basic engineering at the very least, then maybe what we do build here will not only cost a lot to us, which is sad because you're going to probably get, a modern day Henry Ford after a while, or we may end up, being cheap labor ourselves. We may be a cheap labor nation today. But who's going to be our cheap labor nation? Probably the
Mm,
citizens that are here, which is kind of fucked up. Number two, um, with that going on, skilled labor, skilled labor. And the only good thing I could ever think of out of these tariffs are skill trades. Skilled labor will probably come back again. But here's the killer: the only ones that now can do it are Germans and
mm.
Asian countries.
That's
How
the
does that
problem.
look?
That doesn't look too good. The thing is, like I said earlier in this live stream, I've always said, smoke them if you got them. You've got Japan for a little while longer. You've got South Korea for a little while longer. You got Taiwan for a little while longer. Use them to learn how to build your technology. Find somebody who wants. Well, first and foremost, we got to fix our schools. We got to fix our schools because our kids are dumber than boxes of rocks. You
Yep.
know, we're literally sitting here training these kids for something that's not even around anymore. You know, we're training them for factories or jail. That's what
Are
we're
training
training
them
them.
for jail.
Yeah, we're training them for either a factory or for jail. That's what we're training them for. And first and foremost, we gotta change it. It's insanity. You know.
Well, Timmy, I see that as good news, but get this. That's good news in the short term. But yeah, we gotta own these libtards, and don't get this twisted or take it the wrong way. But you know, I'm all for owning and keeping these libtards coping and seething. But pretty soon it's gonna bleed over to what we would all call the right wing of this country. It'll go to the middle and it'll go to the very right. And from what the scenario you were painting earlier, when that if we were to go ahead, I mean, we have been trained for a long time to a factory type of a thing in our education, a factory setup, because this worked when we had a prosperity. This worked in our post-war makeup, our second industrial revolution. But you also see too that we jail and imprison more per capita than China does. And the cheap labor, that's how we're going to get cheap. You're going to start seeing those laws get tougher and tougher and tougher to bring more and more of us into that. And guess who it's going to affect? Yes, I am going to go there. Men, most affected. Shit. Men most affected. You see what they are already doing with us now. They're doing a hit job with us now, and they're not even hiding it like I had shown earlier in the show. But the best that I can hope for is, I mean, we are in the state of execution. I mean, he's got, till 2026 to turn this around. His first 100 days are up, and whatever he does for the next year and a half, he had better turn it the fuck up, because if somehow he finds the pressure point on China, maybe he can turn some things around. But China's been studying the art of war for a long time, in any form, especially the trade one. I mean, because, and this is why, Deng Xiaoping, and even before him and with Mao, were already going for it. If we're gonna, right now, our economy is manufacturing, yes, but yours is no longer that. So pretty soon we could jujitsu your motherfucking ass and turn y'all into motherfucking cheap labor. How about that? But like you did say, from the other Asian countries that we are cool with, we need to start bringing those in and learning a little more about it. Otherwise, we're gonna have to bring in Chinese immigrants to do the manufacturing that's
And the
necessary once
question,
they come back here.
and that's the question: is who are they? Excuse me. Who are they loyal to?
Well, only time will tell that one.
Because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of Chinese immigrants that are getting ready to move out of the United States and go back to China to support the motherland.
For sure. Hey, what's happening with you, Outlaw?
Man, what's up? What's up?
Ain't shit. I'm in the show, and
I like your background, man.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Yeah, he's been doing the work with this Andrea, man. What the fuck?
Hey, look. The way I see it, let's see, the women don't like us enjoying 2D drawings.
Well, the guys on the channel are big fans of her, so I'm like, okay, I'll do some art with it.
Let's see if I can. I know somebody who's I know. Hold on 1 second. Edit avatar. I know. Second Soul's a big fan of her.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Oh, okay. Top heavy one right here. Okay.
Yeah, the top. She ain't just top heavy. She got some junk.
Plot and backstory, as they put it. Yo, yeah, Timmy. Yeah, it is too easy to live under a bridge, smoke meth, and make $20K a year. The western coastal states, as well as the eastern ones, are the fucking prototype of what we're going to be seeing here pretty soon, which goes
It's
on
already
to
happening.
the next show. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It'll spread right there. It's the giant pincers. The pincers.
It's already happening.
Yes. the pincers are our coastal cities. And as those pincers start closing and getting to where I am here in flyover country, that's going to look really scary because, what we had seen for a long time is that, we're good at imprisoning our population. We are good at doing that.
We do
Even
it all
better
the
so
time.
than, even better so than China.
Hey,
Hey,
plan. What up? What up?
hey, plan. Hey, hey, plan. Zap
Blue,
him.
blue, blue, blue. Point, point.
Look,
Zap
like I
him.
was saying, like you were saying that we are good at it. You know, if you look at how prisons move up or down the halls, and how I see when I look at the American school, I see Pink Floyd the wall.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, especially that part when they really got no faces, no identities of their own, no character in those faces. I always wondered why the fuck they got them like that, but yeah, I know why.
well, like I said, these kids this system is designed to strip you of your identity via a teacher, via a belittling teacher.
Mhm.
You know, if you can't get an assignment right, they ask, how are you not getting this assignment? How do you not understand this? You know, what parents need to do is like they need to basically push their kids to open up their mouths. You know,
Yeah.
open up their mouths and say something. You know, they need to basically teach your kids, don't let nobody program you for anything. Open up and open your mouth and say something. You know, if you see something, hold on. If you see something, say something.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
Timmy, you are right. The prison industrial complex is now considered a rite of passage. And the gynocentric industrial complex, you are now looking at the ones that are going to lead it. Speaking of the wall, remember that damn schoolmaster? It's going to look a lot like this one over here that's on Susan. You know what I'm saying? It's
Oh
going to look kind of
shit.
like that.
Oh boy.
We don't
Oh.
need no feminism.
What y'all say to me?
K-Flag,
Yeah,
zap him.
Yeah.
Zap him now. Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
K-Flag. No.
Shooting
Oh,
laser
yeah.
beams out of the little eye on the top of the helmet. It's pretty cool.
No, I got an attachment for that.
Oh, nice.
That is crazy.
Zap him.
I don't
Yeah. Laser. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you with the laser. Yeah,
I'm
man.
again.
Yeah, so yeah, earlier today, y'all probably came in here late. Earlier, I had started off with the this weird thing where we go to UC Berkeley, which is the woke capital of all colleges, unless it's Evergreen or fucking what is that, Columbia to the east, one of the Ivy Leaguers, and they are not even hiding it. They're not even hiding it. It's not even secret anymore. So if anybody is talking about this right here and thinking that's secret, no, that's right there in your face, and they don't care. They don't give a shit. They don't care. They're gonna do it. You ain't gonna do shit. Your your masculine energies don't work here. Meh.
Now when you go to move some tables, let's see if you keep that energy up.
Do some man shit. So, I don't really kick it much out here. I'm trying to get my damn work schedule changed so that, I can, be amongst everyone out here, like I used to. I mean, shit, this is getting on my nerves, but I still like my bucket schedule. I mean, damn. I mean, I might do a couple of things with this show, I guess. But oh, yeah, for those that did miss it, dude, if you hadn't seen yet the things that make you go, damn! I think so. Oh, check this shit out. And I hope, YouTube's gonna let it go. YouTube's gonna let it go. And I'm gonna tell you why they do. Check this shit out. It's so freaking stupid. Stupid. Look at that. Stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Stupid duty pee-pee. You need a tetanus shot after that. You're gross. You're ugly. You stupid duty
What?
pee-pee.
Oh
Yeah.
man, that's nasty.
Take a shoe off and beat it like a dog.
Or roll up your newspaper and just shut up. You stop. You K-Plan, zap her. You seize her. This stupid. Oh God, this is horrible, man. Get that shit off my screen. Well, everyone. Wow. Fuck. Now,
Yeah.
what I'm gonna do is quite hopefully just go ahead and just change my damn work schedule. Probably move my buckets to Saturdays now so I can get more time during the week and say hi to y'all at least. Shit. I mean, because that was a pretty good show you did put on there, Outlaw. Like, you had that simp motherfucker that was that was like, really, dude. No wonder, I mean, right now they had started with, I'd like to say, the forums, the Truth Pill forums and MGTOW forums, and tried to get that shut down. And as I had shown earlier, that they're not even hiding it anymore. And then there's the Andrew Tate and Fresh and Fit era. We're out of that shit now. Now we're looking at some of these people that claim to be the antithesis of him. They still, they buy these flashy cars. They still, go to the gym and you be gym bra.
Mhm.
But then again, they still act as though, they are blue pill. The blue pill, your opposition, I'll say like this, fellas, has gotten tougher and rougher. And they're gonna be to get you. So you don't be stupid doo-doo pee-pee. And we got to upset the setup. Because they got what is called the element of
surprise.
Yeah, like shit. It's that bullshit. If you put a real big Oakland Raider sticker in your rear window, you can park in the handicap spot. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's stupid. Anybody want to try the Kool-Aid Man challenge? Hey, here's how you do it. Say oh no at home. Yeah, like about 3 times, and then Kool-Aid Man gets you. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and turn this damn thing off. Oh God. Oh man. Yeah. Anybody got channels they want to promote or another show that they want to do? Cause yeah, man, I'm going to refresh in another drink, turn on a motherfucking console or whatever. Well, not console, but my PC, and play a few games and kick it with Chaos right now. Because he seems to be the only guy out here. Yeah. K-Plan! Stop it! No. Zap him again. Yeah, get you. Oh, man. Shit.
Looks like the Gray Ghost is live right now.
All right.
I am not subscribed to him.
I am not too, so it goes.
No.
Get you.
Just that Andrea the Avatar says be the bigger person. Self-explanatory.
This guy said, remember when dude was MGTOW. Oh, okay. So over there with Grey Ghost, he's going to be talking about the Canadian federal election. I only gave a couple of words to that. RG is on right now, and if you guys are over there, that's cool. I'm over there as well. I don't think I'm gonna do a backstager. Now I'll see you all on your channels when you're doing your thing, but during the week, unless it's Friday, maybe Saturday sometimes, that's the only time I pretty much got at this point. At least they gave me you know what? It's fucked up when it's your damn job or place of employment that a consecutive day off is now a fucking benefit. What kind of shit is that? Zap him! Zap him, K-Plan.
Yeah, man. That's messed up.
Yeah. Zap him. You stupid. Well, what in TRYS? What chaos is a black belt gamer?
Wow.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna get on about this motherfucker. Everybody. I'm gonna give y'all a dose of that good old fashioned milk funk, baby. Next week, and we gonna still be in the bucket. But I'm gonna get the fuck out of here, dude. I mean, I don't know what the hell y'all doing. I'm getting up out this bitch. I'm out. Bye bye. Bye.
You shut. What? Oh, you shut. Oh, I do what I want. Do-do-do-do. Now. Do-do-do-do. And you know I said so. You know that I do what I want. Do-do-do-do. Get you down. To beat you down. Know that I do what I want. Say the boy.
So.
You make my sing. Yeah. Now, what we gonna do? We're gonna mellow it out again. Do-do-do-do. Yeah. Do-do-do-do. Now, right? Do-do-do-do. 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 Whatever I do, do what I want. I said so. You know that I do what I want. Yeah, I'll get you, beat you, get you, been on the show. Yeah, I'm so. Come on now. You better like this song.
So